carry out its work expeditiously. Delegations with lengthy statements are kindly requested to circulate the text in writing and to deliver a condensed version when speaking in the chamber. I wish to inform all concerned that we will now be carrying on this open debate right through the lunch hour, as we have a large number of speakers. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Omar Alagabra, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my distinct pleasure to participate in this open debate on sexual violence and conflict. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to Deputy Secretary General Mohammed and Special Representative Patton for their briefings, and our Peruvian counterparts for the work they have put into the organization of this year's debate. I also want to sincerely thank Ms. Sultana for her courageous work and her powerful testimony. Canada is supportive of your activism and stands with you. Today, I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, an informal network of 54 interested member states chaired by Canada, representing all 5 regional groups of the United Nations. We are outraged by the persistent and widespread occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflict by state and non-state actors. Sexual violence is being used as a tactic of warfare and a tactic of terrorism, and is a flagrant and unacceptable violation of international humanitarian law and of international human rights law. Among the many concerning country situations documented in the latest Secretary General's report, the sexual violence inflicted against the Rohingya is especially appalling. It demands a swift and concerted response from the international community, including in meeting the needs of the survivors of such violations and bringing those responsible to justice. Above all, we must do more to prevent sexual violence in conflict from occurring in the first place. We encourage the Security Council to give due consideration to the early warning signs of sexual violence in its monitoring of conflict situations. Indeed, preventing sexual violence is part of conflict prevention and sustaining peace. We must ensure that related expertise, including gender advisors and women protection advisors, are provided the access and resources needed to fulfill their critical tasks in peacekeeping operations. Cooperation with local civil society organizations can also help identify precursors, risks, and prevention and protection strategies for sexual violence in conflict. Furthermore, the implementation of joint communiques, action plans, and national policies to curb conflict-related sexual violence play an essential role, and we are encouraged by the progress of a number of states in this regard. Justice and accountability are means of prevention. Indeed, a climate of impunity discourages reporting, undermines assistance, and abets further violations. We therefore call for accountability for crimes of sexual violence in armed conflict. This in turn requires effective investigation and documentation, legal assistance to the victims of sexual violence, as well as adequate legal and evidentiary framework to prosecute such crimes. Moreover, accountability and prevention of sexual violence should be included in peace agreements, including, where appropriate, in transitional justice mechanisms promoting justice, truth, operations, and measures to prevent their recurrence. Amnesties should not be granted to perpetrators of sexual violence, and sexual violence should be explicitly prohibited by the terms of ceasefires and peace agreements. We recognize the invaluable contribution of the team of experts in building national capacities to enhance accountability for conflict-related sexual violence. We welcome the landmark ruling in the ICC in the case of Bosco Intagada, and note the recent surrendering of Al-Hassan, wanted for crimes against humanity and war crimes in Mali, including rape and sexual slavery. In contrast, it is disconcerting that not a single member of Daesh or Boko Haram has been prosecuted for sexual violence crimes to date. We emphatically call on the Security Council to explicitly include sexual violence as a designation criterion within the United Nations sanctions regimes where such crimes are persistently perpetrated. Relevant sanctions committees should also be supported by dedicated gender and sexual violence expertise and draw on information from the CRSV for sexual violence in conflict. In all our efforts to ensure accountability, we must not lose sight of the needs and rights of survivors of sexual violence and conflicts. Greater efforts are needed at all levels to ensure that survivors have access to the full range of livelihood, social, legal, psychosocial, and non-discriminatory medical services to promote their rehabilitation and reintegration into their communities. Fundamentally, we are of the view that systemic gender-based discrimination, such as the exclusion of women from political life, economic marginalization, and discriminatory systems of both formal and informal law, is conducive to sexual violence in conflict. Any serious effort to address sexual violence in conflict must confront this fact. Lastly, we condemn in the strongest terms cases of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping operations and in international assistance, as well as sexual harassment within the UN. We encourage the Secretary General to ensure that common standards are developed and implemented across all UN entities to better prevent and respond to all cases of sexual exploitation and abuse. Mr. President, please allow me to make some additional points as Canada's representative. We meet at a time of great uncertainty in the world where an astounding proportion of the global population is living with conflict every day. These people are not living at the outer edges of conflict, but are fully immersed in the ugliness of war. 2017 was an alarming reminder of how the rise in conflict and the rise in violent extremism continues to trigger patterns of sexual violence. The disproportionate effect of violent extremism on women and girls is evident in many conflicts. It was especially brought to the fore of Canadians' mind when we heard of the terrible atrocities carried out by Daesh, including against Yazidis, who suffered a particularly high level of violence. As a result, Canada made a commitment last year to provide assistance to over 1,200 vulnerable Yazidi women and children and their survivors, and other survivors of Daesh by resettling them in Canada. This was an important decision that we can be proud of. But sexual violence in conflict around the world continues. As the Secretary General highlighted in his report, and I quote, "Wars are still being fought on and over the bodies of women." Women in conflict stand as courageous survivors of violence, not victims. We must harness their resilience, their determination, and their innovative solutions to find ways to end conflict. We commend the courageous women who lead us out of conflict. But we must resolve collectively that these crimes must stop. Canada is particularly alarmed by the plight of the Rohingya women and girls in Myanmar and Bangladesh. For the first time this year, the Secretary General's report specifically named the armed forces of Myanmar for patterns of sexual violence in conflict. Women there have talked about suffering sexual trauma at the hands of both the Myanmar military and those who support it. Canada has already sanctioned Major General Mang So under Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act for his role in the oppression, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity against the Rohingya minority in Myanmar. Even after fleeing Myanmar, many women and girls continue to face gender-based violence. Their movements within refugee camps are often restricted for fear of being abducted for trafficking or forced marriage, harassment, and sexual violence. As Ms. Patton reported to this very council in December 2017, every woman or girl she spoke with during her visit to the camps and settlements in Bangladesh, and I'm quoting here, reported having either endured or witnessed sexual violence, rape, gang rape by multiple soldiers, forced public nudity and humiliation, and sexual slavery in military captivity. These are indications that this pattern of widespread and systemic sexual violence has been used as a tool of dehumanization and collective punishment. I thank Ms. Patton and the rest of today's briefers for being a voice for survivors and for their courage and leadership. I cannot emphasize enough that these horrific actions must be addressed directly by the international community, for there can be no impunity for those who inflict such callous and indiscriminate violence against a civilian population. Rape has been used as a weapon of war against the Rohingyas. Our briefers have spoken of this heinous violence, and Canada's Special Envoy, Bob Rae, also spoke of this tragic reality in the report he published earlier this month. All UN and international institutions must be mobilized to bring the perpetrators to justice. Today's debate is of critical importance. We are hopeful that together we can find a way to ease the suffering of all those affected by this crisis. Through its feminist international assistance policy, Canada is supporting UN Women to rapidly deploy experts to ensure international organizations and transitional justice processes are able to investigate and prosecute incidents of sexual and gender-based violence in conflict-affected states. This includes deploying a sexual and gender-based violence investigator to the Human Rights Fact-Finding Mission for Myanmar. Accountability for crimes of this nature must be our priority. It is why we urge the Security Council to systemically incorporate sexual violence as a specific designation criterion in UN sanctions regimes where such crimes are persistently perpetrated. And why we call on the Council to ensure that the issues of women's rights and sexual violence be consistently and adequately addressed when establishing and renewing the mandates of United Nations peacekeeping and political missions. Among its 5 objectives, Canada's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security focuses on preventing, responding to, and ending impunity for sexual and gender-based violence and sexual exploitation and abuse. It seeks to meet the specific needs of women and girls in humanitarian settings, including the upholding of their sexual rights and access to sexual and reproductive health services. Through our action plan, we want to empower women and girls economically, socially, and politically, so their voice can be amplified. We know they are powerful agents of change. Our duty is to remove the barriers of oppression and discrimination. Societies in which women and girls have an equal voice and equal rights benefit from equal opportunities, and live in equal safety and security are far more likely to reject sexual violence. Canada is grateful to Special Representative Patton for her efforts to raise alarms about sexual violence trends globally. We appreciate the work done by the UN team of experts on rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, and we thank civil society organizations, many of which are here today, for the ongoing good work they are doing to stop sexual violence and hold its perpetrators to account. Civil society and women's movement are the backbone of our societies. Canada calls for justice for the survivors of such horrific crimes. Our response ought to be holistic and centered on the survivors. We must support communities in Myanmar and in Bangladesh. But most importantly, we must ensure that reproductive health, psychosocial, and legal services are available to these communities, as well as sensitive and coordinated documentations of cases. We must act together within the United Nations and other institutions to defend the rights of all people to live free of sexual violence and abuse. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Algabra for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. We align ourselves with the statement delivered on behalf of the Group of Friends on Women, Peace and Security. Mr. President, 8 resolutions adopted by this Council reflect the significant progress we have made in the area of women, peace and security. In Resolution 8020, the Council recognized for the first time that sexual violence can constitute a war crime, a crime against humanity, or a constitutive act with respect to genocide. A decade later, patterns of sexual violence remain a sad reality in many conflict situations, and effective responses have been rare. The latest report of the Secretary General documents sexual violence, including rape, sexual slavery, or forced prostitution, pregnancy, abortion, sterilization, and marriage in 19 conflict situations committed by 47 parties. Patterns of sexual violence are often embedded in and compounded by underlying structural conditions such as inequality, gender-based discrimination, and the violation of minority rights. The empowerment of women is therefore a key ingredient of an effective response. This requires increased representation of women in mechanisms to address conflicts and the incorporation of a gender perspective in conflict resolution and peace processes. Mr. President, the situation of the Rohingya community is of high relevance to our discussion, and we welcome the presence of an advocate for Rohingya today. Many of the 700,000 civilians fleeing from Rakhine State to Bangladesh have endured physical and psychological sexual assault. Rape, sexual slavery, and other forms of grave sexual violence were mostly committed against Rohingya women and girls. Those who have fled are vulnerable to further violations, including trafficking for the purpose of forced marriage or sexual exploitation. We commend the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court for exploring the option of investigating the deportation of the Rohingya community as a crime against humanity. This is precisely the type of situation for which the ICC was created, and this Council should refer it to the court. In Syria, sexual violence has been used as a tactic of war and as a part of an attack against the civilian population, committed by various parties to the conflict with rampant impunity. It is shocking in particular that not a single member of ISIL has been prosecuted for sexual violence offenses as of yet. The international, impartial and independent mechanism created by the General Assembly in light of the paralysis in the Security Council has made sexual and gender-based violence a priority of its work. We call on all states to cooperate with the IIIM by sharing relevant information and through financial support. Accountability is an essential part of the fight against conflict-related sexual violence. International criminal justice mechanisms have done groundbreaking work. The finding in the Akayesu case before the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda that sexual violence can amount to genocide was a landmark decision. Of comparable relevance was the verdict of the ICC, who found Jean-Pierre Bemba Gombo criminally responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity for sexual violence on the basis of common responsibility. The ICC prosecutor has made sexual and gender-based violence crimes one of her strategic priorities, as a reflection of the very progressive stance of the Rome Statute adopted 20 years ago on sexual and gender-based violence. The Justice Rapid Response has also done invaluable work to investigate sexual and gender-based violence. Mr. President, women and girls are disproportionately affected by sexual violence, but we must not ignore the fact that many men and boys become victims as well. The SG report documents incidents in the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, and Syria. Rape and sexual torture of men and boys is all too commonly practiced in detention settings, often aimed at extracting confessions during interrogation. Such patterns continue to be underreported owing to cultural taboos and fear of being stigmatized. Sexual violence against men and boys in situations of armed conflict warrant our increased attention in order to inform our response to gender-based sexual violence overall, with accountability and necessary services to victims as key components. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Liechtenstein for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Senhor Presidente.
President, I would like to thank you for having convened today's debate. My thanks also go to the Deputy Secretary-General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, to the Special Representative of the Secretary-General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patten, for their respective briefings, and thanks also to Ms. Razia Sultana for her own address to the Council. We note with concern that despite the efforts of the United Nations, serious incidents of sexual violence continue to occur en masse in armed conflicts. Tackling this problem is rendered all the more difficult because the victims of this violence often don't find channels of reporting the abuse they have suffered, given the lack of protection mechanisms. They also fear stigmatization and, in some cases, fear being punished for speaking up. We would underscore that the most effective way of pushing back against the crime of sexual violence is preventing conflict in the first place. Thus, we voice our full support for the preventive approach championed by the Secretary-General in his report on this issue. Higher numbers of women in United Nations peacekeeping operations and in peace-building initiatives and programs would serve as a springboard for moving the prevention agenda forward and for ensuring a proper response to sexual violence in both conflict and post-conflict situations. And this would include providing a springboard for a proper response to cases of sexual exploitation and abuse, SEA. The enhanced presence of women would also make a positive contribution to the various elements of the performance and delivery of multidimensional operations, particularly when it comes to boosting levels of engagement with women in local societies. More women peacekeepers and peace builders will also contribute to rendering more effective and efficient monitoring and investigation of reports. Against that backdrop, Brazil welcomes measures recently announced by the Office of Military Affairs, the OMA, setting a target of having 15% of peacekeepers deployed in peacekeeping operations women. Brazil has already redoubled its own efforts to increase the number of female candidates to both civilian and military posts in peacekeeping operations and special political missions. In July of this year, Brazil will host a United Nations course for developing the leadership and command ability of female police officers. Said UN course that we are hosting is open to nations in Latin America and the Caribbean. President, we would recall that the issue of access to justice for all victims, particularly female victims, and the punishment of those responsible is at the heart of our efforts to respond to the threat of sexual violence in conflict and to uphold respect for international humanitarian law. Conflict resolution processes must bear in mind the legal, medical, and psychosocial needs of the victims of sexual violence. The complementary jurisdiction and action of the International Criminal Court, or ICC, could serve to play a decisive role in this respect. The Security Council must also play its part by establishing robust mandates and ensuring that those mandates confer effective protection measures for women and also confer provisions that provide support to efforts to punish the perpetrators of these crimes. Brazil has been supporting cooperation projects for tackling gender-based violence on the bilateral and triangular levels in countries such as Haiti, Guinea-Bissau, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. President, we would like to voice our appreciation for and gratitude to the Secretary-General for his new strategic approach to stamp out sexual exploitation and abuse committed by staff of peacekeeping missions or special political missions of the United Nations. Brazil signed the Voluntary Global Compact for the Prevention of and Response to Sexual Exploitation, and we stand foursquare behind all efforts aimed at full implementation of said Global Voluntary Compact. Brazil has also been a part, since its rollout, of the network of national focal points for women, peace and security. A year ago, we in Brazil launched our first national action plan on women, peace and security. President, we can only aspire to an inclusive and lasting peace when women, who make up half of the world's population, fully participate in all our efforts to that end, to the end of peace. When it comes to preventing sexual violence in conflict, women's insight is all the more apposite in the general framework of the peace continuum, a concept that has been crafted and shared with us by the Secretary-General. As Berto Lutz, the representative of Brazil at the 1945 San Francisco Conference, said, "There will be no lasting and internal peace in the world until women help to forge said peace." Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Brazil for his statement, and now give the floor to Mr. Gerton van den Akker, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries Turkey, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and Albania, the country of the stabilization
the international community as a whole. Allow me to conclude by underscoring that Turkey remains determined to continue its contributions to the international efforts aimed at addressing this challenge. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Mr. President, my delegation commends your effort in organizing this open debate on an issue which is of critical importance. We thank Deputy Secretary-General Amina Mohammed and Special Representative of the Secretary-General on Sexual Violence for their informative briefings this morning. Mr. President, for far too long, sexual violence has remained a grim and inevitable reality of armed conflicts, which has often been employed systematically and with impunity to coerce, punish, humiliate, and instill fear in the targeted civilian population. Even as the international community has come together to collectively condemn such acts of unimaginable horror, sexual abuse of women and girls continues to be used as a tactic of war in conflicts around the world. While sexual violence remains a designated war crime and a crime against humanity, for survivors, its impact goes well beyond the ordeal of the harrowing experience itself. Stigma and marginalization often outlasts the conflict, and the trauma haunts survivors for the rest of their lives. The recent report of the Secretary-General on conflict-related sexual violence has rightly emphasized how the effects of conflict-related sexual violence can echo across generations. Mr. President, the Security Council has been proactively taking up this issue under its Women, Peace and Security agenda. The legal framework and institutional focus is there, but complicated geopolitics around various conflicts and divisions within this chamber have allowed perpetrators to continue carrying out these heinous atrocities with impunity. From Myanmar to my own country's neighborhood, the world continues to watch in horror as several state and non-state actors employ rape and sexual abuse as a deliberate policy to subdue and oppress entire populations. Lack of verifiable and independent reporting from many of these hotspots is letting those who commit and condone these acts go scot-free. Mr. President, in order to combat impunity for these crimes and protect women and girls from systematic abuse, the international community needs to recalibrate and revisit its response. Let me make 4 specific points in this regard. 1, the Security Council, as the primary body tasked with the maintenance of international peace and security, should focus on addressing the root causes of conflict to remove the very grounds where such crimes breed. 2, mechanisms to independently investigate and verify reports emerging from conflict situations where sexual violence is taking place are critical to dealing with the challenge. 3, we must also take concrete steps to enhance the capacity of national institutions and improve criminal justice systems in countries facing armed conflict. And 4, justice does not only mean punishment for the perpetrators, it also means redress for the survivors. Victim protection and rehabilitation should remain a top priority. The stigma attached to victimhood must be redirected towards the perpetrators. They are the ones who should be made an example of, and not just as an act of retribution, but also as a preventive measure. Mr. President, my country, Pakistan, has always advocated integration of the gender perspective into the peace-building paradigm to promote the cause of sustaining peace. As one of the world's leading troop-contributing countries, Pakistan has set the highest standards in fulfilling peacekeeping mandates, including protection of vulnerable segments of the population, especially women and children, from violence. We fully support the Secretary General's policy of zero tolerance for sexual exploitation and abuse. Pakistan was among the first group of countries to sign the Secretary General's voluntary compact on this subject. We have also contributed to the trust fund for the victims of sexual exploitation and abuse. To share our experience and promote best practices in peacekeeping, we have established a UN Peacekeeping Training Institute in Pakistan, offering specially designed modules to help peacekeepers respond effectively and protect innocent civilians from sexual violence. We also believe increased participation of female peacekeepers and encouraging more women to take up mediation roles will help in the stabilization and reconstruction phase of post-conflict rehabilitation. Mr. President, for my country, protection of the vulnerable, including women and children, is not only a global peace and security imperative. More importantly, this is an obligation of humanity, and we remain resolute and steadfast in our commitment. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm making this statement on behalf of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, and my own country, Norway. At the outset, I would like to thank Peru for organizing this important debate. Mr. President, sexual violence is increasingly being used as a weapon, a tactic of war. And we know that domestic violence also increases as tensions in society grow. The chaos of conflict often prepares the ground for further unreported and unprosecuted abuse. And women are always vulnerable in conflict. Violent extremists often target women specifically and strategically, undermining women's rights and security. A significant part of extremist violence is sexual violence. Sexual violence is often seen as inevitable in conflict. We don't agree. This attitude encourages impunity and silences survivors. President, the challenges are immense. Insufficient protection, inadequate rule of law, weak judicial systems, poor services for survivors, stigmatization of victims and witnesses, structural discrimination, and economic and social inequalities. Conflict-related sexual violence is a violation of international human rights and international humanitarian law. It can be a war crime, a crime against humanity, or an act of genocide. The International Criminal Court plays a central role in the fight against impunity. but states have the primary duty to prevent and investigate cases, to prosecute perpetrators. Strengthening the capacity of national institutions both during peacetime and in conflict is therefore critical. President, sexual violence is eroding the societies we are striving to stabilize and rebuild, destroying the future as well as the present for many more than the women and girls, men and boys directly affected. Preventing and responding to sexual and gender-based violence in conflict is therefore a priority for the Nordic countries. In our mediation work, we strive to ensure that victims are heard and that amnesty for sexual crimes is not accepted. We are working hard to increase the number of women in our contributions to international operations because we believe that diverse teams deliver better. We train all our personnel to ensure that those who are entrusted with people's lives can, in fact, be trusted. And we contribute specialized police teams to UN peace operations. Together with the UN, we are developing a whole-of-mission handbook for UN operations on preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence. We cooperate with the African Union and the Special Envoy Diop, supporting UNFPA's life-saving services to survivors, UN Women's and OCHA's efforts for a gendered humanitarian response. We work with SRSG Patton, the team of experts and UN Action. And we support Justice Rapid Response and UN Women's training of experts, as well as GenCamp. Our civil society partners provide psychosocial and legal support and engage in livelihoods programs. And our academic partners provide knowledge, information on policy decisions. Mr. President, the Nordic countries underscore the pivotal importance of gender equality and women's empowerment as highlighted in the concept note. Without full and effective participation of women at all levels, we will not be able to prevent conflict-related sexual violence and respond effectively. We need a broad, coordinated response. The call to action, the national focal points for women, peace and security, the emerging alliance of networks of women mediators are all important steps in the right direction. Today's discussion is not about victims, but survivors entitled to protection and justice. They must be enabled to participate in rebuilding their societies. Only then will peace be sustainable. Thank you. A longer version of this statement will be available online. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin my statement by joining others in thanking the briefers for their important insights. And my statement today is a abridged one in the light of time, so that please refer to the website. Japan is seriously concerned that the sexual violence continues to be perpetuated as a tactic war. Japan condemns these acts in the strongest terms. Sexual violence must end. Mr. President, in preventing and deterring sexual violence, we need to reflect on the root causes, such as discrimination of women and gender inequality. It is crucially important to support the effort of the United Nations and the member states to seek political commitments from parties to conflict, to address these root causes and to ensure the implementation of those commitments. In this regard, Japan commends the important collaborations between the Office of the CRSV on sexual violence in conflict and relevant countries on both joint communiques and national action plans. Moreover, economic and political empowerment is a surefire way to prevent and deter sexual violence. In fact, women are active peace builders and safeguards against violent extremism, not just victims of conflict. Empowering women enhances the resilience of families, communities, regions, and beyond. Japan believes that it is through contribution for the empowerment that donors can contribute most effectively. With this in mind, Japan has recently decided to provide additional financial assistance of around 18 million US dollars through UN Women for Women's Empowerment and Leadership Program where they are needed most. Mr. President, the year 2017 marked the liberation of territories and the release or escape of women and girls formerly held by armed groups. These developments shed light on the cruel reality surrounding women and girls in conflict and the increased need and urgency of ensuring accountability for perpetrators and justice for survivors. To end the conflict does not mean the end of sexual violence. If perpetrators are free or still have power, the stigma never ends, which leads to distrust in the government. Under impunity, people may seek their own retribution, which can easily lead to relapses of conflict. To address the complex issues around the accountability, a gender-responsive rule of law and justice should be ensured in conflict and post-conflict settings. Japan has been financially supporting the work of the team of experts in the Office of the CRSV on Sexual Violence in Conflict since 2014. The team is deployed effectively in some of the world's most challenging contexts and is delivering practical results. For example, the DRC is one of the priority countries of Japan and the team. As the DRC is currently facing a difficult situation, we have set up 7 specialized units on sexual violence. Their activities provide training, mentoring, infrastructure, and technical support to the judicial investigations and mobile courts, and reflect the qualitative and quantitative improvements in the judicial response to sexual violence. From 1st of January to 31st of October 2017, 1,726 sexual and gender-based violence cases were registered by these units, which have so far resulted in 643 judgments. These are the first ever concrete data on accountability related to sexual violence in the DRC. To conclude, we need concrete interventions with concrete results based on the idea of human security. It is never too late for justice and accountability. However, the sooner they come, the sooner the healing can start, and the sooner a sense of dignity can be restored to survivors. Japan calls on the international community to unite and take concrete actions as steadily and as quickly as possible, and Japan will always be a part of it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Japan for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you, President. President, Mexico underscores that sexual violence in conflict, whether it be a tactic of war, an act of terrorism, or of criminal violence, is a repugnant fact and a blatant and unacceptable violation of international humanitarian law and of international human rights law. President, we're grateful for Peru's convening of today's open debate, bearing in mind the importance of assessing, with a sense of urgency, action that we can take to prevent and tackle on a more effective and sustainable basis conflict-related sexual violence through the empowerment of women, the promotion of gender equality, and through efforts to ensure access to a justice as well as to ensure accountability for the perpetrators of these crimes. President, sexual violence in conflict does not occur spontaneously, for which reason it could be prevented if we use to the full the entire toolkit available to member states to empower women and girls, to strengthen their protection, and to boost their access to justice. By investing in women and girls as essential promoters and champions of peace and security, we need to recall that any national or international effort to address sexual violence in conflict from a prevention perspective must capture the virtuous cycle that exists between sustainable peace, development, the rule of law, and human rights. Lasting peace will remain a pipe dream without the participation of and the holistic consideration of the needs and perspective of women and girls. The systematic exclusion of girls from formal education leads to discrimination and sows the seeds of the later marginalization of women in the political, economic, and social spheres. Said marginalization is one of the most glaring structural causes of conflict, and it acts as a fertile breeding ground for sexual violence. Girls must be empowered within the family and within schools to enjoy parity with boys. Women should be empowered and enjoy equality with men and with society as a whole. Empowered women who are respected in their societies are the bedrock of the forging of a healthy, fair, and inclusive social fabric, a social fabric or society in which the human rights of all are promoted and respected. Communities based on gender equality will always be more resilient when it comes to any form of conflict or violence. President, Mexico mainstreams a gender perspective as one of the main pillars of our National Development Plan, which has allowed us to earmark the necessary resources within our broader national budget. Amongst the national long-term initiatives, I would draw your attention to the National Programme for Equal Opportunities and Non-Discrimination, known as Pro Igualdad, which seeks to mainstream the gender perspective in all the programs, actions and policies of the government in order to ensure that women enjoy their full rights. The Mexican government at the federal level acts to coordinate efforts with local governments, the private sector, civil society, and the world of academia to make headway in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, including all the targets under Sustainable Development Goal 5. President, crises are not indifferent to gender, and armed conflict have a particular effect on women and girls. Mexico recognizes the importance of including women and girls in processes of mediation, construction, peace building, and the peace continuum, and we believe it's vital to ensure that they participate fully in prevention, reconstruction, and national reconciliation efforts. The access of women and girls to justice is fundamental, for which reason the establishment of mechanisms for the protection of women and girls should be the norm in any legal system around the world. President, the resolutions adopted by the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security have contributed to strengthen our normative architecture and toolkit on this agenda. The challenge now lies in achieving the effective, coherent, consistent and cross-cutting implementation of the tools available to us across the entire organization and by all member states in order to eliminate the marginalization suffered by women when it comes to peacekeeping and security decisions, a marginalization which still persists. Mexico has joined the Secretary-General's initiative of a voluntary pact to prevent and tackle sexual abuse committed by UN staff on the ground. We must recall that the privileges and immunities of the organization cannot be understood as a factor for impunity. It is for this reason that we call upon this Council to implement a stronger and more effective follow-up mechanism to monitor national processes related to sexual violence committed by staff deployed under the flag of the United Nations, as well as other officials and experts on mission, in order to ensure that we do stave off impunity. As the international community, we must acknowledge that sanctions are one of the most efficient and effective ways of punishing perpetrators and ensuring that these acts never occur again. Nonetheless, sanctions imposed by this Council will continue to fall short or to have limited impact when it comes to combating sexual violence in conflict if they are not strengthened through cooperation both within and without the United Nations system, in particular to boost the ability and capacity to investigate and document on an impartial and effective basis these types of war crimes. Prevention, as the Secretary-General has said on several occasions, is achieved by the empowerment of women and girls in society. There can be no healthy society when the needs of half of the members of said society are ignored, and there can be no sustainable peace without the full participation of women in society. Thank you very much, President. I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, thank you, Mr. President, for convening the meeting on this vital topic. We are impressed by the comprehensive statements by the Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, the Special Representative, Ms. Pramila Patten, and Ms. Razia Sultana. Estonia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and reiterates its commitments to fight gender-based violence, including sexual violence. Sexual violence is among the gravest violations of human rights. Its impact ranges from immediate to multiple long-term physical and mental consequences for women and girls, men and boys. It also has very negative consequences to their families, communities, societies, and countries as a whole. But sexual violence is not inevitable. There are ways to prevent it. We fully support the Secretary General's recommendation in his recent report to give due consideration to the early warning signs of sexual violence when monitoring conflict situations. If we fail to act early, the human, political, and economic costs can be devastating, as we know far too well. This calls for a more alert, coordinated, and a comprehensive approach by member states and the UN system. Mr. President, it is of utmost importance to support survivors of sexual violence through adequate services so that they can rebuild their lives. Also, the survivors should always be provided with the option to document their cases for future accountability processes. In this regard, the role of the International Criminal Courts ensuring the effective investigation and prosecution of sexual and gender-based crimes cannot be highlighted enough. Also, the work of the UN Women and Justice Rapid Response is important, as its joint expert roster has provided an effective tool for deploying experts that investigate and document sexual violence in conflict-driven zones. Estonia is fully committed to tackle gender-based violence and has a comprehensive development strategy for reducing violence from 2015 to 2020 domestically. It lays out concrete activities on how to reduce and prevent violence in its various forms, including sexual violence. Globally, Estonia has been a strong supporter of the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patten, and her mandate. Estonia is also proud to be consistent contributor to the ICC Trust Fund for Victims that alleviates suffering for the survivors. Mr. President, I would also like to emphasize the important role of civil societies. Intergovernmental cooperation is extremely significant, however, everyone needs to be heard. Civil societies and non-governmental organizations, and in particular women's organizations, have the ability to provide new insight and data that could otherwise be missed. Therefore, it is of utmost importance that NGOs have larger platforms and more access in the UN meetings and forums. This, without any doubt, would help our efforts in ensuring that every detail is accounted for in achieving our goals in ending conflict-related sexual violence. Our experience shows that national action plans on women, peace and security to implement Security Council Resolution 1325 are essential in raising awareness of the need for inclusion of women in conflict prevention and sustainable peace building. Estonia is currently implementing the second National Action Plan, which was created and also is being implemented together with NGOs. Mr. President, a fundamental lesson that we have been taught through our experiences, also through the Secretary General's report, is the sheer detail in which sexual violence in conflict-driven zones has to be dealt with. Let us work together domestically and globally to halt sexual violence terminally. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Estonia for his statement, and I'll now give the floor to the representative of Slovakia.
My delegation associates itself with the statement delivered earlier by the distinguished representative of the European Union. I would like to thank you and your delegation for organizing this important debate on women, peace and security with the special focus on preventing sexual violence in conflict through empowerment, gender equality and access to justice. It is crucial that the Security Council continues to address various aspects of conflicts within the framework of thematic debates. Today's debate also contributes significantly to a systematic advancement of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in the work and decision-making of the Security Council. Mr. President, Slovakia considers prevention to be the cornerstone of the UN efforts aimed at peace building and sustaining peace. The Women, Peace and Security agenda, together with the goals of inclusivity and gender equality, definitely fits into the broader prevention agenda of the Secretary General. Women, Peace and Security agenda is also instrumental in the achievement of the SDGs, especially SDG 5 and also SDG 16, that recognize gender equality as well as peace, justice, and strong institutions as global development priorities. We would like to thank the Secretary General for his report entitled Special Measures for Protection from Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, and commend his commitment and leadership related not only to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, but also to his efforts in implementing a zero-tolerance policy with regard to sexual exploitation and abuse. Having the right information is often the first step towards achieving our goals. For this reason, we welcome the launch of a dedicated website back in August 2017 and the system-wide response to sexual exploitation and abuse, as well as the development of a repository of national laws on sexual exploitation and abuse by the Special Coordinator. The high-level meeting last September provided an important momentum with the establishment of the Circle of Leadership on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations operations. The President of Slovakia, His Excellency Mr. Andrej Kiska, is a proud member of the Circle. And Slovakia has also become a signatory of the Voluntary Compact on Preventing and Addressing Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, and also provided a voluntary financial contribution to the Trust Fund last year. We encourage all member states to show their solidarity with the victims and commitment to eradicate this scourge by signing the compact and also providing financial support as needed and as possible. We are of the view that a meeting proposed by the Secretary General to be convened in the margins of the general debate of the next session of the General Assembly will contribute to building up the momentum and visibility of the empowerment of women and the fight against sexual exploitation and abuse. Slovakia fully supports the approach of the Secretary General, reiterated in his latest report, based on prioritizing the rights and dignity of victims. Member states, especially troop-contributing countries and police-contributing countries, have to continue working closely with the United Nations in order to combat impunity and hold perpetrators accountable. Slovakia, as one of the TCCs and PCCs, also fully cooperates and will cooperate with the Secretary General. The Security Council should look more closely at the possibility of referrals to the International Criminal Court in cases which would seem so important and in that context relevant, especially when gender-based crimes are being committed. The solid case law of international criminal tribunals relating to sexual violence can and should be used also in national proceedings against alleged perpetrators. It is equally important to address the root causes of this scourge. As the Secretary General has rightly identified in his report, I quote, "Weak state institutions, in particular justice systems, exacerbate these factors and can contribute to a climate of impunity." End of quote. Justice systems, in broad sense, including investigative bodies, have to adopt non-discriminatory and gender-sensitive approaches. We must not forget the need to provide easily accessible legal aid to victims. In this respect, civil society plays a crucial role. As a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Security Sector Reform, Slovakia wishes to recall the Security Council Resolution 2151 on the issue of security sector reform, which underscores the importance of women's equal and effective participation and full involvement in all stages of security sector reform processes. Gender-sensitive security sector is key to developing security sector institutions that are non-discriminatory, representative of the population, and capable of effectively responding to the specific security needs of diverse groups, and so playing a crucial role in prevention. Reforming the security sector must also include the reform of recruitment processes and improvement in the delivery of security services to address and prevent sexual and gender-based violence. In conclusion, Mr. President, the international community is facing unprecedented challenges to global peace and security. Civilians, among them women and girls, as often the most vulnerable ones, are paying the highest price, facing systematic violence and oppression. There is no doubt we need to redouble our efforts to deliver changes on the ground, especially in favor of women and girls and societies in regions and countries affected by conflict. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Slovakia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Italy.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to commend the Peruvian presidency for today's debate, particularly for the angle that you have chosen, and thank all the briefers for their insightful, informative contribution. Italy aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union and by Canada on behalf of the Group of Friends on Women, Peace and Security. Mr. President, our concerns about the use of sexual and gender-based violence have deepened, particularly for two reasons. First, the widespread and systematic use of sexual violence by terrorist and violent extremist groups. Secondly, the increased vulnerability of migrants, especially women and girls, to trafficking for the purposes of sexual and other forms of exploitation. Women and girls fleeing conflict must be afforded safe passage and protection, including from sexual and gender-based violence, while in transit and other final destinations. For these reasons, last year, Italy promoted the adoption of Resolution 2388 with the concurrence of the Council, which further explores the nexus between trafficking in persons and conflict-related sexual violence as laid down in Resolutions 2242 and 2331, with special attention to the trafficking of children in conflict situations. We encourage the Security Council to keep the attention high on these issues and to ensure a follow-up to those resolutions. Mr. President, conflict-related sexual violence can be prevented and more effectively addressed through the empowerment of women, gender equality, and accountability for the crimes perpetrated. First of all, the empowerment of women, which is key to any strategy that aims to help women take control of their lives and prevent them from falling prey to sexual violence in conflict and non-conflict situations. In keeping with the Secretary General's commitment to women's leadership and gender equality as a vital element of his prevention agenda, Italy launched the Mediterranean Women's Mediators Network. The Mediterranean region, as we all know, is key to international peace and security and is currently facing a number of threats, including violent extremism, transnational organized crime, human trafficking, and humanitarian emergencies. In such a context, women can effectively help countries prevent conflicts and strengthen national reconciliation processes by ensuring a gendered and inclusive perspective on issues such as security, justice, and governance, which are often the root causes of violent conflicts. The network is specifically aimed at increasing the number of women involved in peacemaking efforts and at facilitating the appointment of women mediators and special envoys at a local and international level, notably in the Mediterranean region. Accountability. Prevention fails if there are no consequences to sexual and gender-based violence. At a national level, we must assist governments in strengthening accountability for these crimes. This is what we're doing, for instance, with the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units in Vicenza, which provides high-quality training and specialized courses for peacekeepers on the prevention and investigation of sexual and gender-based violence. At a global level, the statute of the International Criminal Court expressly lists various forms of sexual and gender-based crimes as underlying acts of both crimes against humanity and war crimes. In this context, we welcome the recent surrendering of Hassan Abdul Aziz, wanted for crimes against humanity and war crimes in Mali, including rape, forced marriage, and sexual slavery. Justice, if appropriately supported, including by this Council, can become a relevant deterrent for human rights violations. The Council can also do so by imposing targeted sanctions against individuals who have committed sexual violence, like in January 2017, when sexual and gender-based violence was included as a standalone designation criterion in the renewal of sanctions in the Central African Republic. Security Council certainly has the potential to create deterrence by imposing targeted sanctions. It is, however, necessary to ensure that sanctions are then effectively implemented in order to increase the cost of allowing or using sexual violence in conflict. Indeed, only when the cost of this weapon, sexual violence, becomes visibly more expensive to its perpetrators will there be a significant step towards the eradication and the prevention of this scourge. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Italy for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Mr. President, I wish to thank you for having convened this debate, which grants us an opportunity to reflect on the best strategy for preventing sexual violence in conflict. Switzerland has always advocated a preventive approach towards conflict and violence. By preventing sexual violence, we not only protect individuals from one of the cruelest forms of violence, but we also protect society as a whole. The good news is that the necessary tools for such a preventive approach, namely access to justice, gender equality, and empowerment, are well known and at our disposal. I wish to begin with access to justice. This remains a major challenge for all survivors of sexual violence, particularly in areas affected by conflict, where judicial systems are either weak or inexistent. The widespread fear of reprisals and stigma discourages people subjected to sexual violence from coming forward. Law enforcement agencies are thereby important partners in addressing violence. For this reason, Switzerland supports the police and armed forces. We train them vis-à-vis compliance with existing legislation and the way to adopt a victim-centered approach in dealing with instances of sexual violence. The first step often is to increase public trust in the police. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we have been lending our support for the organization by the police of open door days for local people. In Tajikistan, in Afghanistan, and in Nepal, Switzerland has cooperated with local police forces by setting up special family police units to deal with cases of sexual and gender-based violence. Switzerland has also prioritized efforts to support the review of national laws, to promote legal assistance, and to provide survivors with psychosocial counseling throughout the judicial process. We further encourage and support efforts to improve the documentation of rape and other forms of sexual violence against men and boys in situations of armed conflict to better inform responses to such crimes. I wish now to turn to gender equality. This is the main means of prevention. Experience has shown and reflected a strong empirical connection between the lack of gender equality in a society and a willingness and readiness to take up arms. A thorough analysis of the dynamics of gender equality can thereby help to design tailor-made programs to prevent the outbreak of conflict. For this reason, Switzerland has a 4th National Action Plan on Women, Peace, and Security. This will also focus on the promotion of gender-responsive security sector reform and the deployment of mixed teams in military and police units. This National Action Plan further recognizes the need for women's economic empowerment as a prerequisite for equal participation in peace building. However, it is not enough simply to focus on the empowerment of women. Initiatives that are conducted need to garner the support of all family members who can champion women's financial independence. This brings me to my 3rd point, empowerment. We are not only talking about women's empowerment. Men, too, need empowerment and education in order to transform traditional gender relations and to put an end to harmful behavioral patterns. All prevention strategies for conflict and violence, in all such strategies it is necessary to include men and boys, both as allies, as victims, and as potential perpetrators of violence, as well as champions for gender equality. I thank you, sir.
I thank the representative of Switzerland, and I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, Indonesia would like to thank you, Mr. President, for sustaining this important dialogue on women, peace, and security. Indonesia highly appreciates all the briefers for their briefings. One of the persistent challenges that today's debate is reminding us of is sexual violence and conflict. Indonesia is deeply concerned about the use of sexual violence as a war tactic. As the Secretary General's report emphasized, anyone becomes susceptible to sexual violence during conflict, regardless of their sex. Women and girls in particular have been exploited by the warring parties. Yet, women have articulated their desire to move past victimization and wanting to take a lead in order to improve their own situation and in the broader scope, despite being victims of horrible acts, having faced injustice, or pushed to the periphery because of gender. Mr. President, Indonesia welcomes the response by the member states, the United Nations, and civil society. The international community's efforts have raised women's profiles as assets to peace. Since the Security Council adoption of Resolution 1325 of 2000, the international community has built a robust framework for women to exercise their role in peace and security. It is worthy to note that the same resolution clearly mentioned that, and I quote, effective steps to prevent and respond to all forms of sexual violence can significantly contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security, end of quote. Along with the constructive measures to increase women's role for peace, the international community can still do much more. The international community must continue to condemn sexual violence in conflict, requiring greater efforts not only to put an end to it, but also consider means to prevent such atrocities from taking place in the first place. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to share Indonesia's views regarding the prevention of sexual violence before, during, or after conflict. First, there is no price that can be put on human life. The human toll of conflict is devastating. For this reason, civil order must be preserved if conflict is imminent. Peaceful solutions must be actively pursued. More resources should be poured into prevention to rebalance the approach in peace and security, which has been focusing more on response actions. Second, the value of women, peace, and security in preventive measures can be demonstrated by empowering women to have the confidence and capacity to access the policy-making process, which allows them to address their grievances, as well as make their contributions to the betterment of their community and society. Action to elevate women's empowerment should be integrated in development planning, peacekeeping missions, and humanitarian assistance. Third, prevention should be put forward through better dissemination. Sharing knowledge and experiences of women ex-combatants and women peacekeepers, negotiators, and the like to deter conflict should be supported. That is why it is important that we should have a system-wide United Nations approach or a platform to disseminate, share, and exchanges success stories in this regard. Fourth, women need to have the capacity to be self-sustaining, whether before, during, or after conflict. Strengthening basic capacities of women, such as reading, writing, and economic strengthening skills can go along the way. Training should focus on developing skills that would help women build a structured livelihood to obtain a steady income. Indonesia has also been sharing our best practices and experiences in empowering women in leadership through South-South and triangular cooperation. Mr. President, the many efforts that the international community has done gives Indonesia hope that there is sufficient momentum for women's participation in peace and security. However, women, peace, and security should not be reduced as a women's issue. It takes both men and women to achieve gender equality, to foster respectful relationships, and to support a safer community and become true partners for peace. The hearty cooperation of both women and men is essential to successfully tackle the many challenges on the Council's agenda. The frameworks and tools are there. We must now walk the talk. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of Indonesia, and I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Austria aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, the Group of Friends on Women, Peace and Security, and the Human Security Network. We would like to thank Peru for convening this open debate and the briefers for their reports. Understanding the impact of armed conflict on women and girls is central to effectively address sexual violence, to prevent its occurrence, and to protect those at risk. We would like to highlight 4 points in the context of this debate. 1, protecting minorities. Persons belonging to minorities encounter a high risk of being targets of violence. This was exemplified to us today by the testimony of Razia Sultana from the Rohingya community of Myanmar. Equally appalling is the fact that Daesh continues to traffic Iraqi Yazidi women and girls into and across Syria as part of their campaign targeting minorities. The patterns of violence against women and girls belonging to minorities are embedded in underlying structural conditions, including inequality, gender-based discrimination, and the neglect of the rights of persons belonging to minorities. As a sponsor of the resolution on the rights of persons belonging to minorities at the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, Austria would like to stress the obligation of states to protect minorities from violence and underline the necessity to empower women and girls belonging to minorities who often are particularly vulnerable. As SOSG Patton stated today, empowerment is a main building block for protection. We also emphasize the relevance of early warning and awareness-raising measures to tackle problems regarding the situations of minorities, including through the competent UN mechanisms and bodies, as well as regional organization. 2, countering impunity. We must do much more to combat and prevent sexual violence against women. Women and girls are kidnapped, held captive as sex slaves, and traded like goods or animals. The crimes committed against them amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Those responsible simply have to be brought to justice. Austria wants to see all perpetrators, including Daesh and Boko Haram fighters, held accountable for the repulsive acts of violence against women and girls. As SISG Patton said today, only by truly fighting impunity will we achieve a deterring effect. In order to help establish accountability, Austria has supported and contributed financially to the creation of the IIIM to assist in investigating and prosecuting international crimes committed in Syria. We also expect that the investigative team to support domestic efforts to hold Daesh accountable by collecting evidence in Iraq will soon generate actionable results. 3, preventing sexual exploitation and abuse by UN peacekeepers. Reports on sexual exploitation and abuse by personnel, both military and civilian, in UN peacekeeping missions in recent years have increasingly tainted the reputation of the United Nations and undermined its credibility. Austria condemns such behavior and welcomes the focus of the Secretary General on this important issue and its initiatives in this regard. Austria will sign the Secretary General's Compact on the elimination of sexual exploitation. We also intend to establish this topic in the curriculum of the UN-certified course on the protection of civilians in armed conflict. This course is held on a regular basis at the Austrian Study Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution in Stadt Schleining and attended by senior staff in UN peacekeeping from around the world. 4, reintegrating survivors. Sexual violence in conflict has a significant detrimental impact on individuals and communities. In too many settings, victims and their children are stigmatized, discriminated against, and rejected by their communities. An example of determined efforts to support the reintegration of survivors of sexual violence is the case of northern Uganda, where at the time of the conflict of the Lord's Resistance Army, many serious crimes, including various forms of sexual and gender-based violence, were committed. The Austrian Development Agency, together with the International Center for Transitional Justice, has since 2008 implemented 4 consecutive projects with a focus on supporting ongoing work on transitional justice in Uganda with the aim to reintegrate victims into their communities. Against the background of my own professional experience, I would also like to note the case of conflict-related sexual violence that took place in Kosovo in the late 1990s, which has not been mentioned in the Secretary General's report. It is important that every woman or girl who has experienced sexual violence is recognized, as this recognition may constitute the first step in a very difficult healing process to overcome the unconceivable traumas suffered. Mr. President, violence against women and girls has to be eradicated in all its forms. Sexual violence in conflict builds on the structural violence and discrimination against women and girls already in peacetime. Against this backdrop, Austria has recently launched a campaign with a volume of €1 million to support activities that oppose female genital mutilation and its effects. Rest assured, Mr. President, that we will continue our work for gender equality and the empowerment of women across the board with a special focus on women, peace, and security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Austria, and I now give the floor to the representative of Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for having convened this debate. Belgium fully aligns itself with a statement delivered by the European Union, as well as that of the group of group of friends, Women, Peace and Security. In our national capacity, we wish to deliver the following remarks. As we all are aware, the adoption of Resolution 1325 was a milestone towards acknowledgement of the role of women in conflict prevention, in conflict management, and in peace building. When the Security Council, based on this initiative, adopted Resolution 1820 nearly 10 years ago, it also crossed a long-awaited threshold in the fight against sexual violence in conflict. Belgium was a non-permanent member of the Security Council at the time of the adoption of that resolution, and we have always attributed utmost importance to implementation of this historic resolution and the resolutions which followed it. In July 2017, our country adopted our 3rd National Action Plan, Women, Peace and Security. This plan sets forth 3 major aims which are intended to strengthen the status of women in conflict, pre- and post-conflict areas. One of the 6 aims includes the specific requirement to fight against all forms of violence against women and girls, and more specifically against sexual violence. As was the case with previous plans, implementation of the plan is being achieved both nationally and through Belgian international policy. Through international policy vis-à-vis partner countries for Belgian development cooperation, international cooperations of which Belgium is a member, countries where our armed forces are active, as well as with countries with which we have bilateral relations. Our policy in this regard is not limited to the governmental realm. Indeed, a report on progress achieved for each line of action for this plan is annually submitted to the Parliament. Beyond the national level, it is indispensable for us to continue to see to it that the Women, Peace and Security agenda is incorporated into all conflict prevention, conflict management, and peacekeeping initiatives. In this regard, Belgium welcomes the fact that the Women, Peace and Security issue is explicitly incorporated into the new proposals for cooperation and collaboration that have been announced in December 2017, a cooperation between the European Union and NATO, and we encourage other regional initiatives to also explicitly incorporate this issue into their mandate, as well as their operations on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the considerable work that has been achieved, the fight against sexual violence is far from over. As we speak, sexual violence against women and girls, against men and boys persists in areas of conflict throughout the world, and often the perpetrators are left unpunished. Belgium is appalled by the impunity that has been mentioned in the Secretary General's report. We call upon and exhort all stakeholders to follow up on these recommendations so as to bring justice to the victims of sexual violence, to provide them with treatment, and to ensure that this violence not be repeated. To conclude, Mr. President, I wish to stress the fact that Belgium will continue to remain engaged in this issue, both nationally and vis-à-vis the international community. In so doing, we will prioritize at the political and operational level, prioritize implementation of Resolution 1820 and its follow-up resolutions. My country shall continue also to support the efforts of the Special Representative of the Secretary General, as well as those of the team of experts on rule of law and sexual violence in conflict. Furthermore, we are committed to, in the event of election as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for 2019 to 2020, committed to continue to support this mandate and to proactively advance the Women, Peace and Security agenda, including the fight against sexual violence in conflict, within the framework of the decisions taken by this body. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Belgium, and I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Mr. President, I would like at the beginning to thank you for holding this important debate. I would like to thank Ms. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General, and Ms. Pramila Patten, the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, and the representative of the civil society for their valuable contributions. The Secretary General, in his report this year, mentions that the past few months did see positive developments, most important of which was the release of many women and girls by the armed and terrorist groups. However, these developments are coupled with challenges, most important of which is the need to rehabilitate and reintegrate these women and girls in their societies. Recently, terrorist groups have used sexual violence as a tool to change the religion, race, and to control more areas. Egypt expresses its concern about the lack of accountability vis-à-vis sexual violence against women and girls in armed conflict areas by terrorist groups, including ISIL and Boko Haram, we would like to stress the following points. 1. We call for the Secretary General's report's commitment to the mandate of the conflict-related sexual violence reports in accordance with Security Council resolutions that establish such mandate, namely the armed conflict areas and post-conflict situations. 2. Achieving development, eradication of poverty, and the economic empowerment of women and girls are factors for ending sexual exploitation and abuse in armed conflict areas and post-conflict situations. We stress the important role of the donor community in this regard. 3. We welcome the work of the UN team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict in cooperation with UN specialized agencies, programs, and funds, and in particular towards building the capacity of states undergoing armed conflict or post-conflict situation in areas of investigation, prosecution, military justice, legislative reform, protection of witnesses, and reparations. We welcome the work of the UN network against sexual violence in armed conflict. We call for coordinated work between the team of experts and the network to improve the UN response to sexual violence in conflict areas. 4. We welcome action by the UN to address conflict-related sexual violence, including increasing the number of women protection advisors on the ground. In this regard, we contribute female members of the police and military components of UN missions in Sudan, Western Sahara, and UNAMID since 2009. 5. We support the effort of the Special Coordinator on improving the UN response to sexual exploitation and abuse within her mandate to deal with cases of sexual abuse and exploitation by UN personnel or personnel under the UN flag. We are committed to the zero-tolerance policy of the SG vis-à-vis sexual exploitation crimes. We continue to work with the DPKO to end all forms of violence against women in peace operations. 6. Curriculum provided to peacekeepers in training should include how to deal with sexual violence. In this regard, the Cairo Regional Center for Conflict Resolution and Peacekeeping, in coordination with the Egyptian Ministry of Defense, included combating sexual violence in armed conflict in the pre-deployment training of the Egyptian troops that take part in peacekeeping forces, UN peacekeeping forces, whether military, police, or civilian components. The center also offers such training to civil, military, and police elements from Arab and African states that take part in UN peacekeeping. 7. We stress the need for concerted international effort to build the capacity of local and religious leaders to provide awareness to societies and communities on changing the stereotype on stigma for victims of sexual violence and their children. This stigma should be that of the perpetrators. The victims should not be criminalized. Here we commend the role of Al-Azhar al-Sharif as it counters the wrong jurist opinions by terrorist groups on the status of women in conflict areas. 8. There must be respect for cultural specific elements of states when dealing with victims of sexual violence, whether men or women during armed conflict. In conclusion, we call for renewed political and ethical commitment to the empowerment of women in conflict and post-conflict areas and states. Women are a key contributor to transitions from conflict to development, from societies torn by armed conflict to sound societies able to achieve sustainable development. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Egypt for a statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Muchas gracias. At the outset, we thank the Peruvian presidency of the Security Council for convening an open debate on this important issue. We also welcome the comprehensive report of the UN Secretary General and its recommendations. We also commend the Special Representative of Secretary General, Ms. Pramila Patten, and all her team for dedication in combating and preventing sexual violence in conflicts. We thank Deputy Secretary General and all briefers for their contribution. Lithuania aligns itself with statements delivered by the European Union and the group of friends of WPS. Mr. President, time and again, since 2008, when the Security Council's Resolution 1820 acknowledged the sexual-related violence as a threat to security and an impediment to the restoration of peace, we return to this acute issue. Time and again, the Secretary General report depicts a sickening picture in 19 countries of the world where rape, sexual slavery, forced prostitution, forced pregnancy, and other brutalities against women and men, girls and boys are employed by state and non-state actors as tactics of war and terrorism. Unstable political environment, continued armed clashes, weak state structures, the climate of impunity, and stigma related to sexual violence exacerbate already a very grave situation. Yet most sexual crimes don't even get reported. Particularly vulnerable are women in remote rural areas, displaced and refugee populations that live beyond the protection of rule of law institutions. Mr. President, the only way to effectively address this scourge is a comprehensive and integrated approach on the international, regional, and national levels, which entails prevention, early warning, justice and accountability, participation in women in political processes, and their political, social, and economic empowerment. Lithuania continuously underlines the importance of the Secretary General's efforts to put emphasis on conflict prevention, preventive diplomacy, peace building, and sustaining peace. The overarching priority of prevention should be at the forefront of our fight against sexual violence in conflict. We should look for early warning indicators to identify potential conflict situations. Among the positive steps at the UN level, we could name efforts to engage with listed national military and police forces for developing action plans to address violence, deployment of women protection advisors, the meaningful work of the UN teams of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflicts in providing assistance to governments by strengthening their capacities. Too often, however, the perpetrators are left unpunished, crimes and result, which further fuels new cycle of violence. We concur with SG's recommendation that sexual gender-based violence should be systematically applied as designation criteria when adopting or renewing targeted sanctions in situations of armed conflicts. This tool could be more widely used to deter sexual violence and to seek accountability. International justice mechanisms, such as International Criminal Court, can also play a critical role. Having strong national institutions and adequate judiciary and penal framework to this end is essential, as is making sure that national civilian and military justice systems don't lack national capacity and expertise to prevent, investigate, and prosecute sexual violence. Cooperation mechanisms, including through awareness-raising campaigns, action plans, capacity building, and shared good practices, should continue to actively promote effective responses to conflict-related sexual crimes. We commend the partnership between the Justice Rapid Response Initiative and the UN Women. Deployment of justice experts from their joint roster to over 50 missions greatly contributes to ending impunity for perpetrators. Mr. President, another vital issue we should address is care for and protection of survivors of sexual violence. Such violence affects entire generations, with stigma on women and their children having lasting repercussions. Public, religious, and community leaders can personally engage in helping to shift the stigma from the victims of sexual abuse to the perpetrators of those heinous crimes. Victims must have access to justice, accountability, and redress mechanisms in order to ensure their reintegration into society and economic empowerment. Mr. President, even the best tools we have won't tackle sexual violence and conflicts if women continue to be on the sideline of peace negotiation, peace building, and post-conflict resolution. Being an active advocate for gender equality and empowerment of women, Lithuania is already contributing to achieving those goals through various initiatives. By trying to deploy more gender-balanced peacekeeping troops, Lithuania continuously encourages female military and police personnel to apply. Training is another crucial to raise awareness and improve implementation of gender aspects in peace operation. Before the deployment, therefore, Lithuania's peacekeepers undertake high-quality training on human rights and especially gender-related issues. As gender-responsive legal and judicial system continues one of the building blocks of a resilient society, Lithuania remains committed to securing accountability for sexual and gender-based violence in conflict through national and international mechanisms. Moreover, the President of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, chairs the Council of Women World Leaders, a network that aims at mobilizing influential women leaders around the world for collective actions on issues of critical importance to women. In June this year, the Women Political Leaders Summit will take place in Vilnius, where women from all over the world, among other issues, will discuss how women, especially political leaders, can advance peace and security. We also commend a promising achievement, the establishment of Women African Leaders Network, and would encourage similar initiatives in other regions of the world. Mr. President, in conclusion, all member states should redouble their efforts to implement SDG 5 in achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls to become actors rather than victims in their societies. All countries should renew and revoke any discriminatory laws as practices, as well as challenge stereotypes that hinder women's empowerment. Only then the hard-won progress in the area of women's rights will be maintained and will continue to breaking the cycle of gender-based violence. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation would like to congratulate Peru for presiding over the Council during this month. I would also like to thank Peru for organizing this debate. Wishing you all the best. We would also like to thank the delegation of the Netherlands for their successful presidency of the Council over the past month. From this podium, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Ms. Pramila Patten, SRSG on sexual violence in conflict, for the important role she plays with her team to assist and empower the survivors of sexual violence and the victims of terrorism. Would also like to thank Ms. Razia Sultana for her briefing and the valuable information she presented on Rohingya. Mr. President, Iraq faced and still is facing some of the most horrible terrorist organizations who have committed heinous crimes against innocent. Such gangs have abducted thousands of citizens, particularly children and women. They were enslaved and trafficked, and many of them were raped and exposed to some of the worst and humiliating treatments ever. proceeding from our responsibility to provide protection and accountability and to prosecute perpetrators of such horrible crimes against the people of Iraq, we have adopted a number of concrete steps, foremost being the signing of the joint communiqué between the Iraqi government, represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict on the 23rd of September 2016. This represented the launch of a joint effort between Iraq and the UN to respond to sexual violence due to the brutal acts committed by Daesh, this terrorist group. It also aims at facing some of the challenges faced by Iraq on the accountability to such crimes, submitting perpetrators to justice in line with the applicable Iraqi laws. According to such an agreement, Iraq was internationally supported to document and gather evidence of such crimes, as well as enhancing the legal framework that will empower the judicial authorities to find ways of remedy and redress and support the survivors and children of rape. According to such an agreement, the former SRSG on sexual violence in conflict, Her Excellency Zainab Bankora, and her accompanying delegation have made their very first visit to Iraq from the 25th of February 2017 to the 3rd of March 2017. It was followed by 2 other visits to Iraq conducted by the specialized experts in the office of the SRSG, the last of which was conducted from the 21st of July to the 2nd of August 2017. They held some formal meetings with concerned entities to discuss the joint plan of action that will be implemented along with the terms of the joint communiqué signed by the 2 parties. This was followed by yet another important step along the same line. Iraq, in cooperation with its international partners, particularly the UK, conveyed a message to the UN Secretary General on the 9th of August 2017 to request international assistance. The Security Council issued Resolution 2379 on the 21st of September 2017, which will assist Iraq to collect, archive, and store evidence of crimes committed in Iraq and submitting such evidence to Iraqi judicial authorities so that they can undertake their judicial duties, including crimes of sexual violence, as well as building judicial capacities and modernizing the Iraqi law and ensure the accountability of Daesh perpetrators. Thus, Iraq took an important step towards ensuring accountability and prosecuting perpetrators of such crimes and the remedy of the victims. Mr. President, this year, Prime Minister Dr. Haider al-Abadi extended an invitation to SRSG on sexual violence, Mrs. Pramila Patten, to pay a visit to Iraq and put the final draft of the executive plan of the joint communiqué signed between Iraq and the UN, as well as to assist in defining fields of technical assistance and cooperation with Iraqi entities to face sexual violence in conflict along with its different dimensions. The visit was conducted successfully from the 25th of February to the 5th of March this year. The SRSG was accompanied by Lord Ahmed, the special representative of the Prime Minister of the UK on preventing sexual violence in conflicts. He's also the Minister of State for Commonwealth and UN Affairs. Mrs. Patton met His Excellency the Prime Minister, as well as the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, the President of the Supreme Judicial Council, as well as some religious leaders and other stakeholders, and they have launched this executive plan based on the joint communiqué. They've also inaugurated the safe haven for survivors. It was the first experience of its kind in Iraq to build such a safe haven for women. We would like to commend the important role played by the Office of the SRSG on Sexual Violence in Conflict, as it has assisted Iraq, particularly during this stage after the liberation of all Iraqi cities from terrorist organizations. To conclude, Iraq would like to thank all its partners who have contributed and effectively supported in eradicating all terrorist organizations who have become a source of danger and threat to all the nations of the world. For now, we all realize that our interest lies in joint effort to eradicate such terrorist groups wherever they were, and to cooperate in drying up the sources of terrorism and prosecuting terrorists and submitting them to justice, to ensure the redress of victims, thus creating an international environment that is safe for all. We look forward to receiving support from all our international partners for the reconstruction of Iraq, the rehabilitation of victims, and empowering them all to reintegrate in society. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Iraq for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Nigeria.
Mr. President, I thank the delegation of Peru for organizing today's open debate. Our appreciation also goes to Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for her remarks and far-reaching recommendations. We thank the Special Representative of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict and other briefers for sharing their perspectives on this very important subject. Nigeria condemns in the strongest terms the abduction, trafficking, and maltreatment of women and girls by extremist groups, including the heinous activities of Boko Haram in the Lake Chad region, particularly in northeastern Nigeria. The use of women and girls as sex slaves must also be equally condemned. In this regard, it is our expectation that this debate will offer suggestions to address the prevailing challenges and gaps for acquiring the needed resources to advance the role of women within the context of the global peace and security architecture. Mr. President, we acknowledge that the Security Council has provided the leadership necessary to give impetus to involving women in the peace and security agenda, beginning with Resolution 1325 of 2000, which set up the framework for subsequent Council resolutions. In Africa, the African Union has been a useful platform for the advancement of women in peace and security agenda by placing emphasis on the engagement of women and youth in the continent's development. This has been clearly reflected in the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. At the sub-regional level in West Africa, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in collaboration with the United Nations Office for West Africa in September 2010, developed an integrated plan of action for the implementation of Resolution 1325. The plan of action emphasizes the importance of the role of women in conflict prevention and resolution, mediation, and peace-building efforts, as well as the rebuilding of post-conflict societies. Mr. President, building on the sub-regional efforts, Nigeria in August 2013 launched a national action plan to fully implement the relevant provisions of Resolution 1325. The plan reflects the government's commitment to ensuring the security of women and girls during armed conflict and enhancing their active and direct participation in conflict prevention and peace building. We are also collaborating with our neighbors, Chad, Cameroon, Niger, and Benin, within the framework of the multinational Joint Task Force to defeat the Boko Haram insurgency, which is targeting women and girls. Our experience in the Lake Chad region today is evidence that with determined international collaboration, terrorism can be defeated. In addition, the government of Nigeria has taken steps to cater to victims of Boko Haram terrorism in the form of rape and other sexual violence against children, abduction of children, and other grave violations by putting in motion several legal remedies. Some legal and social remedies undertaken by the government include the diligent prosecution of more than 200 detained Boko Haram terrorists in competent courts of law, as well as reintegration, reorientation, and rehabilitation programs and psychosocial programs designed to meet the needs of each victim of sexual violence. The sustained efforts of Nigeria and its international partners have culminated in the liberation of territories previously occupied by Boko Haram. It is to be noted that 80% of the 2 million internally displaced persons in the northeast of Nigeria are women and girls. We have taken concrete steps to meet their humanitarian needs and to ensure that the necessary conditions are established to enable the voluntary return of the displaced persons to their places of origin in safety and dignity. Indeed, as a sequel to the aforementioned efforts, we welcome the release of the abducted Chibok and Dapchi girls. Our efforts will continue until the remaining ones are released. Mr. President, may I conclude by acknowledging the contributions of civil society organizations as partners in the prevention, management, and resolution of disputes. The Nigerian government will continue to engage them as key stakeholders and partners in the women, peace, and security agenda. Nigeria remains fully and firmly committed to the promotion and protection of the rights of women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations. In this regard, we will work assiduously to enhance the participation of women in peace and security initiatives. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Nigeria for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
سيد الرئيس، اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أشكركم على جهود.
Mr. President, at the outset, I should like to thank you for your efforts during your presidency of the Security Council, and we wish you every success. I should also like to thank the Deputy Secretary General, Madam Amina Mohammed, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Madam Patton, as well as Madam Razia Sultana, for their important briefings. The number of pressing crises worldwide has contributed to an increase in sexual violence during conflict. Various groups have used this as tools of waging war and staging terrorist attacks against women and children, as well as against men, with a psychological impact which constitutes a threat to all securities, as well as a threat to international peace and security. This is a painful phenomenon which is a plague throughout the world. throughout the world where there are conflicts, including Central African Republic, Afghanistan, Colombia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Iraq, Syria, Myanmar, and other areas. For example, in Iraq, women and girls in areas under Daesh control, particularly Yazidis and other minority women, are subjected to violations of their human rights and violations of international humanitarian law, which goes beyond anything imaginable. The Secretary General's recent report describes the horrors plaguing Rohingya women, including and calling for the international community to alleviate the suffering of these victims in order to provide them with treatment and to ensure that they can be reintegrated into societies, hence the importance of accountability and the importance of combating impunity and discrimination. In judgments rendered, it is important for the United Nations to continue to follow up and monitor with respect to all mechanisms for the protection of women and children. Jordan, together with Finland, is a co-facilitator of the 6th review of the United Nations Strategy to Combat Terrorism. And we take into account the rights of victims, women, men, and children, victims of grave violations perpetrated by terrorist groups. And we see to it that they can be treated and reincorporated into society and reintegrated under the new review. Despite the fact that Jordan is located in one of the most tumultuous areas in the world, we have remained an oasis of security and of stability. However, these conflicts have prompted us to react expeditiously, to preempt of certain impacts, and we are accustomed in Jordan. We are accustomed to see a great deal of people's displacements, recent displacements of Syrian refugees. These required, on our part, a response. We've stepped up our national efforts to support the democratic changes that we have seen in our country. We mustn't stigmatize refugees by placing them in equal footing with terrorists or criminals. Refugees are the main victims of terrorism. Refugees fled with their children. They fled the ravages of war plaguing their country as they await pacification and a return to their country. They need to be helped to live in a dignified, better way for themselves not to become victims of obscurantist and terrorist ideologies. This requires coordination and a pooling of efforts between host countries, the United Nations, and the international community in order to address these urgent issues. Under the joint group in various sectors, in Jordan we launched a plan. This is a national plan for implementation of Resolution 1325 of the Security Council, which is geared towards implementing the principles of justice, equality, and sharing under a plan for 2018 to 2021. The instability plaguing the Arab region is among the great challenges which imperil the implementation of Agenda 2030. Jordan has attributed great importance to the implementation of this agenda. We seek to establish peace and security in societies, as well as to deliver on sustainable development. Syrian refugees represent 45.3% of Syrian refugees in my country, the overall number of which is more than 1.3 million people. These female refugees need specific protection, and Jordan is addressing this with a large number of services in the area of health and security. Jordanian women are active in UN peacekeeping operations. We are active as participants in the military, in the police, deployed in Darfur, in South Sudan, and Abyei. And this is a part of support for the Secretary General's efforts under the zero tolerance policy for sexual exploitation and abuse. Lastly, we need to facilitate the protection of women by including in international peace and security efforts, including them, and by setting up policies to tackle the various persistent renewed threats. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Jordan for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Portugal.
President, I would like to thank the Peruvian presidency of the Security Council for conveying today's open debate on this very important issue. Portugal values that this Council continues to pay attention and to address the women, peace and security agenda, an essential tool for preventing conflict and to ensure more effective responses to today's complex crisis. As the latest report of the Secretary General notes, conflict-related sexual violence is accompanied by the violation of other human rights. Women's security is clearly linked with the realization of human rights, be them political and civil rights or economic, social and cultural rights. Furthermore, the report also clearly indicates that sexual violence can cause long-term physical and psychological trauma and shred the social fabric. It is, therefore, essential to ensure that all necessary measures are taken to strengthen justice mechanisms in order to render accountable those responsible for sexual violence and to end impunity. It is also of the utmost importance to address the persistent barriers that prevent reporting wartime sexual violence. We need more effective and rigorous investigations for bringing to justice all these crimes and its perpetrators. Portugal has been implementing Security Council Resolution 1325 since the development of our first National Action Plan in 2009. Currently, our second National Action Plan includes training programs on gender equality and violence against women and young women, including sexual violence, gender-based violence and trafficking in human rights in the fields of justice, the armed forces and the security forces. Inclusion of issues related to the women, peace and security agenda in our development cooperation, notably aiming to the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2106. Ensuring that measures are taken so that all victims of violence, including sexual violence, have the right to protection and reparation, and that the perpetrators are rendered accountable. And promoting awareness-raising programs on health and human rights issues, including on sexual violence and gender-based violence. Mr. President, preventing sexual violence in conflict is only possible if all stakeholders are involved in finding durable solutions. In this regard, it is essential to work closely with the civil society. Civil society organizations often play an instrumental role in ensuring the full implementation of the women, peace and security agenda, including by complementing the work done by military, security and civilian personnel in conflict and post-conflict settings and in situations of emergency. They are often essential to prevent and report crimes and to alert the international community to such crimes, to restore the internal stability of their countries, and also to support the reconstruction efforts and help the population recover. Finally, allow me to draw your attention to the informal expert group on women and peace and security, which supports the implementation of the SC resolutions 1325 and 1820. It is a relevant initiative of which Portugal is a proud member. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Portugal for his statement. I now give the floor to Ms. Fatima Chiari Mohamed, Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations.
Mr. President, first allow me to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Security Council for this month and to commend you for convening this important open debate. I would like to thank the United Nations Secretary General for his report on conflict-related sexual violence. I would like to further commend the UN Deputy Secretary General, Her Excellency Ms. Amina J. Mohammed, and the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patten, for their insightful briefings. I wish to further thank Ms. Raisa Sultana of the NGO Working Group on Women, Peace and Security for sharing her experience and some strategic approaches to prevent sexual violence as used as a destructive weapon of war, particularly against women and girls. Mr. President, the African Union member states have stood with determination at the forefront with the AU Commission to make the Women, Peace and Security agenda a concrete instrument of the AU Peace and Security Council and of the international agenda. The African Union Commission is fully committed to ensure that women's empowerment, gender equality, and access to justice are strong components of its peace and security architecture and are fully implemented at local, national, and continental levels. Mr. President, today's open debate is all the more relevant as it places a strong focus on concrete strategies and practical implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The African Union has over the years developed strategies to answer the call by operationalizing and monitoring and evaluating reporting systems to better ensure the protection of civilians. The AU stands firmly on two words: sexual violence, zero tolerance. In this context, I would like to put forward three specific strategies the African Union has developed to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 1325 and to address sexual and gender-based violence. First, within the African context, protocols, declarations, laws, policies, and strategies for addressing sexual and gender-based violence, and more specifically, conflict-related sexual violence, are in place. For instance, 22 African countries have adopted a national action plan on UNSCR 1325 and the related resolutions, including those that specifically address conflict-related sexual violence as of December 2017. Secondly, while we recognize the weak implementation of these normative frameworks, the African Union's Office of the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security has undertaken initiatives towards bridging the gap between policy and implementation. Specifically, the OSCE has embarked on the development of a continental results framework for monitoring and reporting on the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in Africa. The framework was validated in March 2018 by the African Union member states and national action plans adopted. The framework provides a unique opportunity to address conflict-related sexual violence by ensuring that AU member states are held accountable for their commitments to prevent conflict and sexual gender violence, as well as enhancing women's participation in peace processes and ensuring that women's needs are met in post-conflict reconstruction processes in line with the provisions of UNSCR 1325 and related resolutions. Third, building on earlier actions to move forward the implementation of commitments on Women, Peace and Security agenda, the AU Commission continues its efforts to enhance the agency of women in peace processes through the support to women networks that strengthen the role and leadership of women in key paths to peace, security, and development. These include two major initiatives that I'd like to mention. The first, the creation of the Network of African Women Mediators, FEMWISE, facilitated by the Panel of the WISE and the Office of the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, and the African Women Leaders Network, This was initiated in partnership with the United Nations through the offices of the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security and UN Women, with the support of the Federal Republic of Germany. The African Women Leaders Network has recorded important milestones for women on the ground, including in June 27, when the joint AU-UN High-Level Solidarity Mission to Nigeria and the DRC, led by the Deputy Secretary General, to revitalize women's participation in peace, security, and development in Africa, took place. Women leaders from the top leadership to grassroots monitored and reported to the UN Security Council and the General Assembly sexual and gender-based violence committed against women and girls in fragile and conflict zones. National chapters of the network have been launched in the DRC and in Côte d'Ivoire, demonstrating the action-oriented and national ownership perspectives of this inclusive platform. It is a network of and for women and for action. Mr. President, we wish to commend the distinguished permanent missions of Germany and Ghana to the UN for taking the leadership of the group of friends of the African Women's Leaders Network to the UN as a concrete way to support and accompany this initiative with a guiding vision to support women's participation in peace, security, and political processes on the continent through the work of the UN. We thank the 51 cross-regional and dynamic member states which have joined the group and invite others to join the same in order to bolster this agenda on the international scene. Mr. President, let me conclude by saying that the UN Security Council the UN Security Agenda on Peace, Security, Women, Peace and Security remains a key priority for the African Union Commission and its chairperson. You can fully count on the AU's support to ensure its concrete implementation in line with the joint UN-AU framework for enhanced partnership for peace and security and development, respectively, signed by the two institutions in April 2017 and January 2018. I thank you.
I thank Ms. Mohammed for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for putting this item on the agenda, for sharing yourself. I would also like to thank, before you leave, thank you for your statement and highlighting the good cooperation that we have had with the African Union on the topics that I will come back to. Conflict-related sexual violence is, as I think the Swedish minister said earlier today, a security challenge. And it's also a horrible, despicable example of violation of basic human rights. And therefore, I'm very grateful again for you to have put it on the agenda. I would like to commend SRSG Pamela Patton for her work, her tireless work. And I'm very happy, having listened to all the remarks around the table for at least part of the discussion, that your report, your presentation today, with just a few exceptions, has been really commended by everybody. And Germany supports your work, and we will continue to do so. I would like to highlight from your report and also from the remarks you made earlier today, your depressing findings about sexual violence as, and I quote, a tactics of war and a change of demographics, etc. To use sexual violence as an instrument to put people into submission is as grave as using gas for the same purpose. Let me, in my intervention, focus on four points. First, we need to support the SRSG and her team of experts to carry out her mandate. Germany is committed to this. We have worked very closely together, in particular on Iraq. I also appreciate that before the Iraqi ambassador in his intervention also highlighted the good cooperation that is developed between your office and Iraq. I think this was a very good, very important work. One of the most outrageous
examples of sexual violence these last years or decades is a topic we have been discussing today, and this is the fate of the Rohingya, the widespread use of sexual violence as a strategy to terrorize the Rohingya community. We urge the Myanmar authorities to work very closely with the SRSG to enter into a structured dialogue with you and to allow you and work together to assist the survivors and ensure accountability. So when the Security Council is traveling to Myanmar, I would urge the Security Council to put this item on the agenda and then also pick up the proposal that Razia Sultana made earlier, that when the Security Council travels, that you meet with survivors of sexual violence. I think that would be a very important signal that you would give of the Security Council if you actually met with people who had to suffer under these crimes. I want to highlight from the other activities of the Special Representative and your support, the work you do on Sudan. There is a certain culture of silence around sexual violence in Darfur, which is deeply concerning. We would encourage the Sudanese government to work closely with you to grant access to the survivors. The second point I want to make is accountability. As the representative of the African Union just said, sexual violence, zero tolerance. And what is very important is that we have accountability for all grave violations of human rights. This is key. We owe it to the victims, and it is very important for prevention, for reconciliation and deterrence. Again, I would like to mention what was highlighted earlier, what happened in DRC, in Congo, where actually action was taken. This is key. Those who committed these crimes have to be punished. And if they are not yet punished, they have, for the rest of their lives, look over their shoulder and be afraid of being caught until they are actually caught. And this is for current crimes, but this is also for past crimes. Today, somebody mentioned also the sexual violence which was used in Europe in the Yugoslavian wars with thousands, tens of thousands of victims, where there was no accountability from Bosnia to Croatia, in particular Kosovo. So the Security Council should put sexual violence as a designation criterion much more often, much more regularly for UN sanctions regimes. The Security Council should also refer situations of security violence to the ICC, and where prosecution is not yet possible, the collection and preservation of evidence of mass atrocity should be ensured. So Germany supports the crucial work of the Commission for International Justice and Accountability in northern Iraq. For Syria, Germany supports the IIIM. This new mechanism should, among others, also focus on crimes of sexual violence. Third, we need to take a survivor-centered approach. My French colleague today called it a holistic support for these survivors. It is important to provide them with medical and psychological care. Economic opportunities should be offered to them. They should have legal protection. Germany has received a large number of women and children that suffered traumatic experiences in conflicts in Iraq and Syria. We fund projects in Iraq, and we want them to provide and help to provide comprehensive assistance. I mentioned already our good cooperation there with the SRSG and the Iraqi government. The survivor-centered approach means to link accountability with psychosocial and livelihood support.
Many have mentioned the stigma today that we have to fight against, and there it's very important that we get education for girls, that we do more on gender balance, and also calling on stigma. I want to highlight what the colleague from Equatorial Guinea in his intervention earlier and from Poland said, that we have to concentrate on the children that are conceived through rape. They continue to need our support because of this stigmatization. Fourth point, the exchange of experiences and best practices. The empowerment, the last topic, the empowerment of survivors, was on the agenda of the annual meeting of focal points on women, peace and security that Germany, together with Spain and Namibia, hosted last week in Berlin. And I think you, CRSV, Patton, and others present today also attended. The meeting served as a platform for exchanging of experiences and best practices. My Spanish colleague earlier this afternoon already mentioned it, and he also highlighted that one of the topics discussed in the meeting was how to improve accountability for crimes of sexual violence. We, that is Namibia, Spain and Germany, we will debrief on the meeting of the focal points at the end of the month here in New York, and we will at this occasion extend invitations to those who are not members yet of these focal points also to join us. And we also support the regional exchange of experience through the African Women Leaders Network. The representative of the African Union already highlighted the important cooperation already taking place in Africa, which is absolutely very convincing and very positive. A colleague from Kazakhstan mentioned this morning. Mr. President, again, thanks for putting the subject on the agenda. Germany will be committed to the item. We will be committed to eliminate and prevent conflict-related violence. The topic, women, peace and security, will remain a top priority for us. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the fact that this debate has been convened. We thank Madam Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General, for her briefing, as well as Madam Pramila Patten, Special Representative of the Secretary General, on sexual violence and conflict. And we thank Madam Arazia Sultana, Senior Researcher of the Kaladan Press, the NGO on Women, Peace and Security. I also wish to thank all of them for their briefings. Today's meeting constitutes an opportunity to revive our commitment as an international community to combat the crimes of sexual violence in conflict and in post-conflict eras, to implement Resolution 1325 dating 2000, and to put an end to such heinous crimes. We cannot speak of women, peace and security without addressing the suffering inflicted on women and their vulnerability during situations of conflict. Absent coordination of efforts, a meaningful coordination of efforts to protect women and girls, absent this, this cannot be achieved. What is necessary to achieve this is to implement national and international legislation without any discrimination and to ensure judicial prosecution for criminals. My country has spared no effort in tackling this tremendous challenge in promotion and protection of women's rights, economically, socially, politically, and in achieving and seeking to achieve gender equality. We seek to combat sexual violence in conflict and post-conflict situations, as is stipulated in Resolution 2106 of the Security Council, resolution dating 2013. We are aware of the existing link among the various types of trafficking and sexual violence. And this in line with the provisions of Security Council resolution dating 2016. We attribute great importance to cooperation and coordination at the United Nations. We are convinced of the need to tackle the root causes of conflict, causes which trigger sexual violence, and to tackle their impact, which increases unemployment and poverty rates, as well as stokes violence. And we attribute great importance to assistance by Qatar. We have offered more than $2 billion US dollars annually to address these issues. We've also ratified a memorandum of understanding in September 2017 with the United Nations, with the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism. The aim of this is to boost the capacity of youth in the Arab region and in Arab and Islamic countries, and to strengthen the labor market in order to help to mitigate violent extremism. Sexual violence is used as a tool of war in various regions, and we are deeply alarmed in the light of these practices against women in Syria and Syrian people in general. These are practices which flout international humanitarian law and human rights. These are crimes being perpetrated in Syria. Given the gravity of these crimes, as a neutral and independent country, Qatar has contributed to setting up and creating an accountability mechanism, the IIM, to investigate sexual violence and other related crimes. We appreciate, lastly, the Secretary General's efforts and the efforts that have led to the voluntary agreement to end sexual violence and sexual exploitation and abuse. To end such abuse at the United Nations, we reiterate our support for all efforts geared towards the establishment of rule of law and to prevent sexual violence in conflict, to tackle such challenges. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Qatar for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Ukraine appreciates the initiative of Peru to hold this open debate, as well as your personal presence at this hour at this event. We thank Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflict, Pramila Patten, and particularly Ms. Razia Sultanov for their useful presentations. Ukraine also aligns itself with the statement delivered by the EU. After almost 2 decades since the adoption of Resolution 1325, the agenda item on women, peace and security remains as relevant as ever in the face of rising violence, extremism, and deadly conflicts. The alarming figures in the Secretary General's report before us today, increase in severity and scale of conflict-related sexual violence in numerous conflict situations around the globe, are nothing but a testimony to this. We note with deep concern that sexual violence has become a routine tactical element of war in many conflicts. Rape, sexual slavery, forced marriage, and sexual torture constitute abhorrent violations of human rights and human dignity. In some instances, they surpass the level of war crimes and reach the scale of crimes against humanity or a genocidal slaughter. Victims of these crimes do not just deserve justice, they are entitled to it. And it is a solemn duty of this Council, as well as of the rest of the international community, to do everything in their power to deliver it. In this context, Ukraine believes that the Security Council should continue to pay priority attention to due implementation of existing WPS resolutions, in particular to overcome the gaps identified in the 2015 global study on the 1325 implementation. As a non-permanent Security Council member in 2016-2017, Ukraine did its best to contribute to this goal. We proceed from the conviction that any forms of violence against women and girls is a major impediment to security, restoration of peace, achievement of gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls. Consolidated international efforts aimed at elaborating effective steps to address the issue of sexual violence will reduce the growing magnitude of violence against all women and girls, including sexual and gender-based violence, domestic violence, and harmful practices. In this respect, we welcome the fact that the recent 62nd session of the UN Commission on Status of Women addressed the importance of the access of rural women and girls who became victims of the gender-based violence to justice and quality services. Mr. President, Ukraine considers equal and full participation of women in all activities in the area of prevention and resolution of conflicts, peace building and peacekeeping to be of utmost importance. In my country, the ongoing fulfillment of the National Action Plan for implementation of Resolution 1325 for 2016-2020 is aimed at achieving greater participation of women in decision-making, in particular in the matters of national security and defense and peacemaking, as well as ensuring protection of women and girls, including prevention and response to gender-based violence. The government of Ukraine pays particular attention to the implementation of Resolution 1325. For this reason, thanks to excellent cooperation with the UN Women Office in Ukraine, effectiveness of the NAP's fulfillment was assessed by the international experts. The contribution will be helpful in NAP's updating in line with an evolving situation, as well as in taking into account 1325 follow-up resolutions. We will finalize this job by June this year. A state program on equal rights and opportunities, which was adopted by the Ukrainian government just last week, will further strengthen the state's response to gender inequalities with a specific focus on women and girls experiencing multiple forms of discrimination. Recently adopted state program for the restoration and development of peace in the eastern regions of Ukraine, spanning until 2021, is another important element in overcoming the devastating humanitarian consequences of the Russian invasion carried out by the Moscow regime as part of its overall aggression against the democratic world. It is well known that the conflict has hit hardest the most vulnerable strata of population, particularly women in the currently occupied territories. It has resulted in widespread human rights violations, including sexual and gender-based violence in war-affected areas of the country, as outlined in the relevant reports by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. These include a thematic report on conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine, which puts forward a number of recommendations to the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Unfortunately, as of today, Russia continues to ignore this document, while the government of Ukraine remains committed to address this challenge. For example, on our official request, the UN Women Office in Ukraine, together with the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, developed a strategy for prevention of and response to the conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine. We intend to integrate this strategy, or at least some of its elements, into the 1325 National Action Plan. In closing, and in view of the above, we would like to reiterate our request to the Secretariat to include the reference to the situation of Ukrainian women and girls affected by the Russian invasion in Donbass into all relevant Secretary General thematic reports. Finally, Mr. President, let me underline that Ukraine will remain actively engaged in international efforts aimed at promoting women's rights, their participation in peace negotiations and in post-conflict reconstruction, and protection of women from sexual and gender-based violence. I thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the representative of United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, for convening this open debate on sexual violence in conflict. We join others in thanking the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, for her briefing. We also thank the SG's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Pramila Patten, and offer our continued support to her office and the team of experts for their important work in combating these heinous crimes. As a member of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, the UAE would like to endorse the group's joint statement. 10 years have passed since the Security Council adopted Resolution 1820, for the first time recognizing that sexual violence is used as a tactic of war and is therefore a matter of international peace and security. Since then, subsequent resolutions have sought to strengthen the UN's response to end these crimes and ensure accountability for perpetrators. They have sadly fallen short through lack of implementation. Furthermore, the importance of gender equality and women's empowerment cannot be understated in efforts to prevent and respond to these crimes. In fact, as many have said here today, gender equality and women's empowerment, fundamental principles of the UAE's foreign policy, are core values which can prevent violence against women when they are woven throughout a society. That's why, and it's one of the many reasons why the UAE stands with the report of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict, which rightly affirms that women's physical security is inextricably linked with their political, social, and economic status and rights. Mr. President, our region is one in turmoil, under siege by terrorist groups such as Daesh, who utilize sexual violence to terrorize and displace populations. To be under Daesh control is to live with the constant fear of rape as a weapon of punishment for resisting Daesh's sick world view. The gains made in the fight against Daesh in 2017 were significant, but we must be vigilant against the continued risk of the trafficking of women and children who remain under their control. The 2018 report of the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict makes clear that most incidents of mass rape continue to be met with mass impunity. For example, not a single member of Daesh has been prosecuted for sexual violence offenses to date. This sends a dangerous message to groups that utilize sexual violence as a tactic of terror with the aim of destroying lives and destroying communities. This is why the situation of the Rohingya is so alarming. The mass exodus of the Rohingya community from Myanmar has created a humanitarian crisis that has rightly captured the attention of the world. The international community must ensure accountability for these victims, mainly women and girls, but also men and boys, who have been unacceptably targeted for their religion or ethnicity. Mr. President, gender equality and women's empowerment are key tenets of the UAE's worldview. This is why women's protection and empowerment form one of the 3 pillars on which our entire foreign assistance strategy rests. It is through the mainstreaming of these ideals in our global engagement that we can prevent sexual violence in conflict by creating stable, tolerant, and prosperous societies. We must intensify our efforts to combat impunity for these crimes and utilize the tools of the United Nations and the Security Council more effectively to ensure accountability. With UAE support, the UN's team of experts has carried out its vital Security Council mandate to strengthen member states' capacity to address sexual violence and conflict in some of the world's most challenging contexts. The UAE encourages other member states to support that work. Mr. President, the UAE believes that smart foreign policy is inclusive foreign policy, one that puts the rights of women front and center and at the heart of our collective response. The UAE will continue to do all that it can to address these crimes and to continue to promote gender equality and women's empowerment as a critical element of the peace and security agenda. Thank you.
I want to thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for your statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Myanmar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Myanmar is striving to build a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic nation after decades of military rule, isolation, and internal armed conflict. In our efforts towards a peaceful, people-oriented democratic society, we are working hard to gender equality and women's empowerment at the heart of our national development strategies. The 10-year National Strategic Plan for the Advancement of Women covers key areas of UN agenda, including women empowerment and prevention of violence against women and girls. Myanmar also signed the Declaration of Commitment to End Sexual Violence in Conflict in 2014 and became 150th state to endorse the declaration. We are currently drafting a law on protection and prevention of violence against women. The law will cover all forms of violence against women and girls. We have also set up one-stop women's support centers throughout the country to support women and girls who had experienced violence. The centers provide physical, legal, psychological and social support. Moreover, national gender-based hotlines have been established since 2016 to help the victims of violence to report and get counseling. We are also revising the child law to include the provision on conflict-related sexual violence against children. Mr. President, Myanmar has taken a further step to demonstrate its firm position to preventing and addressing conflict-related sexual violence by inviting SRSG Ms. Patton in December last year. With regard to the joint communique proposed by the SRSG, I would like to state that the government has already been implementing various measures such as awareness raising on prevention of sexual violence, reports relating to actions taken by the government on protection of rights of women and prevention of sexual violence against women and girls have also been regularly submitted to CEDAW committee and included in the UPR process of the Human Rights Council. Respective special mandate holders of the UN have also been updated with the information. We intend to work with Myanmar-based UN agencies in the implementation of the 5 priority areas of cooperation identified by the SRSG. The annual report of the SG on conflict-related sexual violence acknowledges important steps taken by Myanmar to protect the rights of women and children. However, it is most regrettable that the Tatmadaw, or Myanmar Armed Forces, has been listed in the annex of the report, despite Myanmar's genuine effort to engage constructively with the office of the SRSG. Besides, the decision of the listing was made based on unverified allegations in spite of our attempts to interview the alleged victims in camps in Cox's Bazar to investigate the cases. However, we are disappointed that our request for proper investigation had been denied. Mr. President, with regard to the alleged sexual violence, as mentioned in the SG's report, the government of Myanmar has once again made its position very clear that it will not condone any human rights abuse. If there is concrete evidence, we are ready to take action against any perpetrators in accordance with the law without impunity. The recent sentencing of 7 military personnel to 10 years in prison with hard labor who are involved in the Indine incident is a clear demonstration of the government's strong commitment to the rule of law. My delegation categorically rejects the groundless accusations that sexual violence had been used as a strategy to force the Muslim people to flee their homes. In Myanmar, sexual violence is a crime strongly abhorred by our traditional values, strictly forbidden by law and by its culture. My delegation wishes to stress that the members of the armed forces are subjected not only to the Military Act of 1959 and military bylaws, but also to the existing civilian laws and traditions. As such, severe legal action is taken against perpetrators, be they civilian or member of the security forces. There were a number of evidences of prosecutions of military personnel for committing sexual violence. Members of the armed forces have been clearly instructed to strictly follow military code of conduct and not to involve in crimes including sexual violence. A series of capacity building workshops were held to educate military personnel on human rights. The curriculum of the military training schools include teachings of law related to prevention of sexual violence. Myanmar strongly objects the use of such words as ethnic cleansing or genocide in reference to the situation in Rakhine State. Such irresponsible accusation based on unsubstantiated, one-sided allegations, fake news, and tempered reports for political purpose will only exacerbate the current situation and will lead to further polarization of the different communities in the region. We are seriously concerned that such incessant rhetoric against Myanmar will only impact negatively on the existing cooperation between Myanmar and the United Nations, as well as the ongoing bilateral cooperation with Bangladesh in the efforts to find a lasting solution to the current humanitarian problems, as well as the complex situation in Rakhine. Mr. President, much as we all condemn conflict-related sexual violence, we should also deplore the exploitation of this sensitive issue by certain groups as a tool to achieve their own political goal. The problem of sexual violence cannot be resolved through naming and blaming. The international community must take a constructive approach through sharing of information of violations and assisting the member states in their effort to address the issue. I thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank the representative of Myanmar for your statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Peru for organizing this important debate and the speakers for their briefing. Slovenia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and by the Human Security Network and would like to make some additional remarks in its national capacity. Slovenia welcomes the report submitted by the Secretary General on sexual violence in conflict and shares a deep concern regarding the findings. We join others in condemning the grave violations committed against women, girls, men, and boys in conflict situations. As the report once again demonstrates, sexual violence in the contemporary conflicts is not a side effect, but rather a frontline consideration and a horrifying tactic of war. All perpetrators should be held accountable. It is of utmost importance to prevent the trend of continuous sexual violence by fighting impunity. In this regard, the role of international criminal justice has been recognized, in particular, the International Criminal Court. At the same time, we recall that primary responsibility to protect civilians and to bring perpetrators to justice resides within the states. The international community must therefore assist states in the addressing all these issues, such as investigation and prosecution of the perpetrators, including UN and other peacekeeping personnel. Although the victims of sexual violence are predominantly women and girls, we should not forget that sexual violence is also committed against boys and men, particularly in detention. Much has already been done when it comes to victims' assistance, but as long as we are faced with the tragic stories, we must not stop in doing everything humanly possible to alleviate their suffering. Mr. President, conflict-related sexual violence is not only a humanitarian or human rights issue, but a security issue as well. It impedes especially women to participate in peace and political process and post-conflict reconstruction and reconciliation. Prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence are important elements in the efforts to empower women and achieve gender equality. Sexual and gender-based violence present a barrier to women participation not only in peace-related and post-conflict activities, but also in everyday life. Slovenia is addressing the correlation of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence in 2 draft strategic documents to be adopted this year. The new action plan on the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution on Women, Peace and Security for the period 2018 and 20 addresses conflict-related sexual violence also in activities within areas devoted to accountability, education, and training. Violence against women, including sexual violence, together with area dedicated to empowerment of women, will also be a part of the guidelines on gender equality in development cooperation. On the national level, important achievements have been also reached in the education and training of women, peace and security, which were systematically introduced throughout the Slovene armed forces. In 2015, permanent position of a gender advisor in General Staff of Slovene Armed Forces was established, as well as a network of gender advisors. Mr. President, we are proud that these efforts have been shown in concrete results and have also been recognized internationally by ranking Slovenia as the 4th in the world in the Women, Peace and Security Index. This is, however, no time to rest. We will continue to support United Nations action against conflict-related sexual violence and have thus joined the Secretary General Voluntary Compact on preventing and addressing sexual exploitation and abuse as a part of overall zero tolerance policy, which Slovenia strongly supports. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank Slovenia for your statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Israel, as a member of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security, aligns itself with the statement delivered by Canada on behalf of the group and would like to add the following remarks. First, I would like to thank SRSG Patton and her team for their dedicated work and for the recent report that focuses on current trends and provides us with concrete recommendations. The report highlights that the past year has been marked by the liberation of territories and the release or escape of numerous women and girls formerly held by armed or terrorist groups. It is our collective duty to support those women and girls as they try to piece their lives back together. Mr. President, despite the encouraging news on women and girls who have been released, it is important to remember that they will carry the burden of these horrific experiences for the rest of their lives. Take, for example, Zara, a Yazidi woman from Kojo, Iraq, who recalls trembling at the sight of buses of ISIS fighters with long hair and beards who have come to kidnap hundreds of women and girls, blindfold them, and sell them into sex slaves. Eklas, another Yazidi woman whom you may have heard speak at the UN last year, was raped every day for 6 months by ISIS terrorists. She was only 14 years old. Eklas remembered the screams of a 10-year-old girl who has been taken away by a man 4 times her age. And she is haunted by the memory of her own abuser, a man she rightly describes as a beast who made her want to die. We cannot be silent to such barbaric acts which should have been relegated to the dark ages. Groups like ISIS, Al-Shabaab, Boko Haram, and Al-Qaeda use sexual violence as a terror tactic. But it is not just they who are guilty. According to a recent report by SRSG Patton and other accounts, the Syrian armed forces, the Syrian intelligence services, and Syrian pro-government forces are guilty of employing these savage practices as well. We must make sure that those who commit these horrific crimes are brought to justice. Impunity for such crimes must not be tolerated. Our approach must include a variety of measures, including the passage of stronger laws, more stringent enforcement mechanism, tougher penalties for offenders, and the provision of safe haven for victims to seek help, support, medical treatment, psychological care, and legal assistance. Mr. President, in some instances over recent years, victims of sexual violence were violated not only by extremist armed groups and repressive regimes, but also by UN peacekeepers. Among those sent to protect local population from harm, there have been individuals who have abused their positions and violated the most basic human rights. These acts of sexual exploitation and abuse must not be tolerated. We firmly support the Secretary General's zero tolerance policy, as well as his compact with member states committing to elimination of sexual exploitation and abuse, which Israel was among the first to sign. In this context, we should incorporate more women in peacekeeping operations. We also wish to reiterate our support for the victim-centered approach promoted through the work of the Victims' Rights Advocate and the UN Special Coordinator on improving the UN response to sexual exploitation and abuse. As stated earlier, victims of sexual violence and abuse must be afforded the tools to safely report the violations, regardless of the identities of the perpetrators. In this regard, we were glad to hear of the recent initiative to start a system of community-based reporting to encourage victims to come forward, especially if they're assaulted by UN peacekeepers or personnel. Mr. President, facing the risk of rejection by their families and communities, it is no surprise that the majority of sexual violence cases go unreported and that victims face an increased risk of suicide. This is a reality we cannot tolerate.
Sexual violence must be treated as the crime, as the act of terror that it is. It is the collective responsibility of the entire international community, of our governments, civil societies, and UN agencies to remove the stigma, erase the shame, and come to the aid of victims of sexual violence. Mr. President, victims of sexual violence are more than statistics. Every victim has a name. Every name reflects a life, and every life represents the entire world. Thank you.
I want to thank the representative of Israel for your statement, and I now give the floor to the permanent observer from the Holy See. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Holy See would like to thank the Peruvian presidency for putting a needed spotlight on conflict-related sexual violence and on how it can be prevented and effectively addressed. Since the Council adopted Resolution 1325, the international community has developed a strong framework to facilitate women's increased role in peace and security, and has achieved important results and made substantial progress in spite of the increasing challenges and complexities of the international security landscape. On the side of the victims of conflict, however, women still suffer far too frequently, in particular from sexual violence perpetrated during conflict. Collective national and international efforts are greatly needed if the fight to minimize and end violence, in particular sexual violence against women, is to be won. First, ever greater resources and focus must be dedicated to conflict prevention. The Holy See supports the efforts of the Security Council within the limits of its mandate under the Charter of the United Nations, actively to encourage the member states to settle their disputes through dialogue and negotiation. There is no better means to protect women from violence during conflict than preventing the eruption of conflict itself. Attention must be given to ensuring that women's voices are heard and their effective participation is availed of throughout the whole process. Second, the prevention of every form of violence against women in conflict and the protection of their legitimate rights and interests should be an integral part of peacekeeping operations. The importance of integrating women in peacekeeping missions can also be seen from this perspective. Host countries should be helped to prioritize the prevention of violence against women during conflict, ensuring the inclusion and active participation of women in all stages of peace processes. Third, heightened attention and efforts to prevent violence against women should be sustained in post-conflict situations, which, more often than not, remain chaotic, lawless, and dangerous, and are thus environments that enable and facilitate violence against women and the failure in prosecution. With the goal of eliminating the root causes of conflict, the international community should actively help post-conflict countries to rebuild and to ensure that the dividends of peace and development benefit the entire population. Regarding the access to education, the Catholic Church has a long and proud history of placing great emphasis on providing young women and girls with access to quality education. Today, young women and girls constitute the majority of students in Catholic educational institutions at every level throughout the world. This is true in particular in regions where women and girls still suffer discrimination and in areas where there are ongoing conflicts. For instance, almost 80% of the students of Bethlehem University, a Catholic institution, are young Palestinian women. They become educators and professionals who contribute greatly to the peace and harmony in families and societies. Survivors of violence and conflict should receive comprehensive assistance to ensure that they are able to recover fully from such violations and to reintegrate into their societies. States should maximize their efforts on both the national and international levels to ensure prosecution of the perpetrators of these crimes. The International Criminal Court plays a key role in this regard by judging crimes that have been recognized by the Rome Statute as war crimes and crimes against humanity, including those that may constitute crimes of genocide. Mr. President, women and girls suffer many forms of violence, not only in situations of conflict, but also in what we call normal daily situations. However, as Pope Francis said during his visit in Puerto Maldonado in Peru, violence against women cannot be treated as normal. maintaining a culture of machismo blind to the leading role that women play in our communities. It is not right for us to look the other way and let the dignity of so many women, especially young women, be trampled upon. The Holy See is working with the rest of the international community to continue pursuing the goals of women in peace and security. Their role must be recognized and valued and their participation assured. Without the input and specific skills of women, the most comprehensive understanding possible of the causes of conflicts and the most effective solutions to end them and build peace cannot be attained, and an effective prevention of conflict-related sexual violence against women could hardly be achieved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Le agradezco. I want to thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of the Holy See for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Sudan.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Mr. President, to begin with, we would like to thank the Presidency of Peru for dedicating this open debate on this important subject. We would like also to thank Ms. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General, and Ms. Pramila Patton, the CRSV on sexual violence in conflict areas for their briefings. We would also like to thank Ms. Sultana for her briefing today morning. We align ourselves to the statement delivered by the observer representative of the African Union to the United Nations. And we will deliver this statement in our national capacity. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we would like to state that this important issue requires a comprehensive approach in addressing this heinous crime, to deal with it in all its aspects, given its deep and harsh consequences on individuals and societies. It also requires coordinated cooperation among all stakeholders. Please allow us to provide preliminary proposals on how to act and move in the future to address this heinous crime. These proposals are as follows. First, efforts to resolve conflicts all over the world have to be enhanced to block the way before those who commit such crimes. That can be achieved through enhancing the role of United Nations in mediation on the one hand, and imposing sanctions on those who are obstructing peace on the other hand. Second, providing assistance to countries affected to build their national capacities in relation to fighting conflict-related sexual violence. Third, boosting cooperation and coordination with the United Nations and regional organizations to address such crime. Fourth, providing enough resources for the Victims' Reparation Fund as recommended by the Secretary General. Fifth, improving efforts to empower women socially, economically, and politically. Sixth, addressing root causes of armed conflicts to ensure the sustainability of peace and the non-recurrence of conflicts. Seventh, providing health care and psychological and social, economic, and legal support to victims. Eighth, imposing stricter sanctions on those committing such heinous crime. Ninth and last, paying more attention to the issue of conflict-related sexual violence in peacekeeping missions. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the national level, the government of Sudan put in place a number of plans and policies on fighting violence against women, in particular in conflict-affected areas. They include the National Policy for Women Empowerment since 2007, the National Plan for the Eradication of Violence Against Women from 2015 to 2030. The government also adopted a national plan on women, peace building, and peace, in line with Security Council Resolution 1325. The government also put in place a number of institutional frameworks to protect and advance women. Child protection units have been established in the armed forces. Child protection and family unit has been established in the police, and the number of female police officers has increased, particularly in IDP camps in Darfur. Training courses have been designed to train these female officers in investigation, international law, and human rights. In addition, a specialized unit has been established to fight violence against women and girls of the Ministry of Social Solidarity and Development. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in cooperation with UNICEF, the government made great efforts to support the establishment of family and child protection units in Darfur. UNFPA also provided health services to the victims through the Federal Ministry of Health to coordinate the follow-up of gender-based violence and through the necessary coordination with relevant bodies to provide the social, psychological, and legal assistance to the victims. Mr. President, to address the challenges related to achieving justice and ensuring accountability of violators of human rights and women's rights in particular, a number of specialized prosecution offices have been established in Darfur states, and new prosecutors have been appointed since 2015. This improved the monitoring of human rights violations, including sexual crimes. And to improve and enhance the security side, additional units of police have been deployed in new areas in Darfur states. And we would like to commend the UN strategy of protection of civilians. UNAMID and the country team have made progress after the early warning and early response. This has been achieved by enhancing interaction with local community and amending the weekly schedule of patrols to coincide with the movement of women and girls. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the government of Sudan wishes to seriously engage in the international community to address the impacts of conflict by ensuring security and providing the necessary protection for women and girls and children. Hence, it extended kind invitation to Ms. Parmila Patton, the CRSV, on sexual violence in armed conflicts to visit Sudan from 18 to 25 of February 2018. The program of the visit has been coordinated with her office in New York. During her visit, she met with a number of federal ministers to deepen the cooperation to eliminate all causes and drivers of sexual violence in areas of conflict. Ms. Pramila Patten also visited North and West Darfur states, where she examined the situation in a number of refugee and IDP camps, and she witnessed that security prevails in Darfur states. Mr. President, materializing this visit in itself is a proof that the government of Sudan is engaging in a constructive manner with the international community, and that led to what we are witnessing today, the restoration of normalcy in Darfur after 15 years of an exceptional situation never experienced in the history of Darfur before. Mr. President, we do believe that this visit allowed Ms. Pramila Patten and her delegation, give them the opportunity to witness firsthand the situation in Darfur and to collect the information from their reliable and credible sources. However, we have question marks regarding the content, part of the content of the Secretary General's report before you, particularly the content of paragraph 72 of the report. The report stated that the border guards of Sudan committed sexual crimes in Darfur, knowing that in Sudan, the so-called border guards has not existed for more than 2 years. We also have question marks regarding other words and other phrases in the same paragraph of the report. In conclusion, Mr. President, we reaffirm that the government of Sudan will continuously commit to cooperating in full with the United Nations and its agencies. We will cooperate as well with all national and regional organizations, on top of which the African Union. We would like to welcome in particular the spirit demonstrated by the CRSV. And we confirm once again that Darfur conflict is now past. Our task now should be achieving economic and human development. And no doubt, this is the panacea to put all conflicts to an end. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank the representative of Sudan for your statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bangladesh.
Mr. President, we thank the Peruvian Presidency of the Council for organizing this open debate. The Secretary General's report on conflict-related sexual violence makes a difficult reading. The report aptly observes that, and I quote, while significant normative progress has been achieved in recent years, words on paper are not yet matched by the facts on the ground, and unquote. It is also perhaps telling that the majority of 47 listed parties from 19 country situations enumerated in the report happens to be non-state actors. The analytical perspectives shared on the underlying causes of sexual violence in times of war and peace and the multidimensional motivations and drivers that the perpetrators take recourse to in unleashing such violence reinforce the complexity and depravity of this scourge. We consider the report's recommendations to be objective, pragmatic, and urgent. We urge the Security Council to ensure concrete deliverables on the basis of the recommendations to further validate its recognition of conflict-related sexual violence as a threat to international peace and security. Mr. President, at the last open debate on women, peace, and security in October 2017, we had flagged the need for Rohingya women and girls to have an opportunity to have their voices heard in the Council. We acknowledge the powerful testimony given today by Razia Sultana, a Rohingya representative on behalf of the NGO Working Group on Women, Peace, and Security.
It goes to the credit of Ms. Pramila Patten, the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, that she could help amplify the voices of the Rohingya women in the Council chamber. We hear and share Ms. Sultana's concerns over the protection needs and challenges faced by the displaced Rohingya women and girls in Bangladesh. It continues to be a race against time to ensure humanitarian assistance and protection of nearly 700,000 displaced people, the majority being women and children. The humanitarian actors had identified more than 2,000 pregnant women requiring particular attention. There remain considerable unmet needs in terms of providing reproductive health care and services to survivors of sexual violence and others in general. It would be critical for the international community to step forward in supporting the work of the concerned UN agencies and their partners in reaching out such services to those in need. In an otherwise socially conservative milieu, the women and children-friendly spaces in the camps provide a lifeline for the survivors of sexual violence and related trauma. We encourage community leaders and service providers to help the affected women and girls to come forward in articulating their needs and in registering their voices in decisions impacting their lives and future. The concerns of a stigma need to be addressed and must be shifted from the victims to the perpetrators in a demonstrable manner. Our authorities have looked seriously into reports of trafficking and sexual exploitation of Rohingya women and girls. It is regrettable if such incidents were to take place despite the overwhelming presence on the ground of law enforcement personnel and humanitarian actors. While recommendations for additional safeguards are being duly considered, there is perhaps no guarantee against such aberrations other than restoring hope among the displaced Rohingya by ensuring their safe, secure, and dignified return to their homes in Myanmar's Rakhine state. We believe the Security Council members will be in a position to gather further insights into the possibilities for the Rohingyas' voluntary repatriation during their forthcoming visit to Myanmar and Bangladesh. Mr. President, it is crucial that priority be given to preventing conflict-related sexual violence as much as we can remain committed to responding to such violence. The Special Representative's three-pillar strategy deserves to be further discussed and elaborated in the context of the mutually reinforcing agenda on women, peace and security, sustaining peace and sustainable development goals. There is no denying that a bulwark against the use of sexual violence as tactics of war and terrorism can be created only when the structural gender-based inequalities inherent in our mindsets and societies can be effectively addressed. The 2030 Agenda provides many cross-cutting pathways for advancing women's empowerment and gender equality. Yet, even this universal and ambitious agenda would continue to fall short unless the gender-related targets are pursued in parallel with progressive change in prevailing gender norms across the societies. The culture of impunity, often surrounding conflict-related sexual violence, also perpetuates the vicious cycle. In cases where the state concerned is unwilling or unable to ensure accountability and justice for such crimes, the international community, especially the Security Council, cannot avoid its responsibility. There has been resounding calls for the Council to consider referral to the International Criminal Courts and appropriate sanctions against the listed entities in the Secretary General's report. The Secretariat also has a responsibility to ensure that listed state actors are barred from UN peacekeeping operations in particular. The shrinking resources for protection and gender experts in peacekeeping missions must be reversed. Mr. President, in the backdrop of the immediate crisis faced by Rohingya women and girls, our authorities are moving ahead with the work on developing a national action plan on women, peace, and security through consultations with all concerned actors. We look forward to continued engagement with the Special Representative's Office and other partners to translate our plans and commitments into result-oriented action. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, allow me to congratulate you and the Peruvian delegation for assuming the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April. Furthermore, I'd like to extend our appreciation to you for organizing this open debate on this very important topic on sexual violence and conflict. I'd also like to thank Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Ms. Patton, and Ms. Sultana for their briefings. Mr. President, South Africa welcomes the Secretary General's leadership on conflict prevention and sustaining peace, and notes that the effective implementation of Women, Peace and Security agenda directly contributes to these objectives. My delegation also welcomes the Secretary General's report on conflict-related sexual violence and notes its content. Of all the evils that occur during a conflict, systematic and widespread sexual violence remains one of the most despicable. This instrument of war is a flagrant violation of international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights. We call on all parties to fully support the survivors of all these atrocious acts and strongly condemn the use of sexual violence in all its forms as a tactic of war and terrorism, as well as an instrument of torture. Mr. President, women and girls continue to be disproportionately affected by conflict situations, especially with regards to sexual abuse and violence. The lives of survivors of sexual violence are changed forever, with many survivors bearing not only the physical scars, but also the hidden trauma and unwarranted stigma as a result of these acts. The use of sexual violence as an instrument of war destroys families and communities with the ultimate goal to divide, dominate, and control society. Ending this evil scourge and addressing the resulting trauma and holding those responsible for committing these heinous acts accountable is integral to the reconciliation and peace-building process. Therefore, my delegation calls on all the parties in conflict zones to create and implement their commitments to combat sexual violence in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 2106 of 2013 on sexual violence and conflict. Mr. President, we must all do more to prevent sexual violence and conflict, and in this regard, we encourage the Security Council to give strong consideration to addressing the risk factors and early warning signs of systematic sexual violence. South Africa believes that this can be achieved through the inclusion of a greater number of women peacekeepers that are deployed, particularly women protection advisors in peacekeeping missions, and call on all member states to support the inclusion of such posts in the mandates and budgets of peacekeeping operations. In this regard, South Africa has one of the largest contingent of women peacekeepers deployed in UN peacekeeping missions. The contribution of women to peacekeeping and peacekeeping efforts is recognized as a contributing factor to the effectiveness and long-term success of United Nations deployments. Allowing women to talk to women about their experiences creates a more conducive and safe environment for women to communicate their immediate protection concerns, including the reporting of instances of sexual abuse and their overall perspectives on the security situation. Their ability to speak freely contributes to the empowerment of women in conflict situations, which in turn provides space for women to contribute and participate in the peace-building and reconciliation process. Access to justice and legal recourse for causes of sexual violence is another essential component of the peace-building and reconciliation process. Without perpetrators having to face the consequences for their actions, there can be no justice for the survivors of sexual violence, and there can be no peace without justice. Mr. President, sexual abuse and discrimination are inextricably linked to gender inequality and poverty exclusion and marginalization. My delegation believes that we need to directly address these contributors to conflict, including the promotion of gender equality and greater participation of women in all forms of mediation, post-conflict recovery, and peace-building processes, if we are ever going to tackle the root causes of conflict. Women voices must be prominent during peace negotiations and conflict resolution processes to ensure that all those affected by conflicts, especially those who are the most marginalized, being marginalized and vulnerable, namely the women and girls, are given an opportunity to play an active role in changing their environments. In this regard, the necessary legal frameworks need to be strengthened to address all forms of discrimination against women, including with respect to land ownership, access to economic opportunities, employment, education, and healthcare, which are all essential components of an inclusive and open and peaceful society. In conclusion, Mr. President, South Africa continues to prioritize participation of women in peace and security, particularly through training programs on mediation, dialogue, and conflict resolution. We remain committed to addressing the scourge of conflict-related sexual violence in all its forms and will work vigorously towards a non-discriminatory and non-sexist global society in which all women and girls are treated as equal citizens. The end of discrimination against women will go a long way towards addressing the root causes of sexual violence. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of South Africa for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Iceland. Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank the Peruvian presidency for organising this important debate and for your being here today. I want to thank Deputy Secretary General Mohammed, Special Representative Patton, and Ms. Sultana for their earlier briefings. It's very encouraging to see a Rohingya woman address the Security Council for the first time. It's an important day for us, and I want to thank everyone who made that happen. Mr. President, it's an understatement to say that Ireland is a strong supporter of the women, peace and security agenda. My country has a deep conviction that women are critical to everything we are trying to achieve in conflict prevention and conflict resolution. Just last week, Ireland celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, the hallmark of the peace process in Northern Ireland. The participation of women in the search for peace was crucial to its success. When two women from the island of Ireland, Mairead Corrigan and Betty Williams, received the Nobel Prize in 1976 for their efforts to bring peace to Northern Ireland, the Nobel Committee stated, and I quote, that they refused to bow to bleak scepticism. They simply acted. They never heeded the difficulty of their task. They merely tackled it because they were so convinced that this was precisely what was needed. There was no talk of ingenious theories, of shrewd diplomacy, or pompous declarations. No, their contribution was a far better one, a courageous, unselfish act that proved an inspiration to thousands, that lit a light in the darkness, and that gave fresh hope to people who believed that all hope was gone. Mr. President, those are the kind of efforts we must continue to replicate. Women made a critical difference to peace and conflict resolution in my country. We believe that women can do the same elsewhere. While much policy progress has been made in many areas, today we're addressing one area where we remain very challenged, that of addressing conflict-related sexual violence. Mr. President, we are ashamed that women and girls are routinely used as a currency of conflict. The Secretary-General's report does not make for easy reading. It's a clarion call to action for member states to double down on efforts to address sexual violence in conflict. We in Ireland firmly believe that the role of civil society at the very grassroots level is critical for empowering women in conflict prevention, and the Security Council affirmed this itself in Resolution 2106. Ireland is particularly concerned to hear reports of the targeting of high-profile female human rights defenders through crimes of sexual violence. Today, we urge Member States to take measures to ensure the adequate protection of women in the civil society space. Ireland also urges the Security Council to assume its own responsibility in this and to be consistent and timely in its use of sanctions against perpetrators of conflict-related sexual violence. We all recognise that the majority of victims of CRSV are marginalised women and girls, often living in rural areas well beyond the reach of law enforcement and protection. Rural women are vulnerable to displacement and are often forced to flee following struggles for the control of land and resources. Women's physical security is thus inextricably linked with their political, social, and economic security. Women bear the brunt of conflict at every level. As the chair of the Commission on the Status of Women, Ireland was pleased to see the real vulnerabilities of rural women highlighted in the Secretary-General's report and in our agreed conclusions at this year's 62nd session on challenges and opportunities in achieving gender equality and the empowerment of rural women and girls. I urge Member States to consider those powerful agreed conclusions in conjunction with the Secretary-General's own recommendations on conflict-related sexual violence. At the national level, we in Ireland have incorporated measures to prevent sexual violence in our second action plan on women, peace and security. Our Irish Defence Forces have mainstreamed women, peace and security into their policies with gender advisors and gender focal points incorporated in all units of our defence forces. We have a zero tolerance policy of sexual exploitation and abuse, and it is very strictly enforced. Ireland believes that engaging men and boys is critical to preventing sexual violence and conflict. Irish Aid works hard and supports non-governmental partners in delivering such programmes. We are also one of the 14 states who, along with the European Union, are signatories to the call to action on protection from gender-based violence in emergencies. We fully support the Secretary-General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict. We admire her work and we enjoy excellent cooperation with her office and will continue to support her financially. Mr. President, in conclusion, I want to return to those two women from the island of Ireland, from Northern Ireland, and their Peace Prize Day. The committee also said on that day, it would be very simple to maintain that it's all self-evident and that anyone could speak of despair at the meaningless suffering of war. Yes, but in reality, the solution of each and every human conflict is to be found in the simple and obvious action of someone taking the first steps on the road to reconciliation and cooperation. Those two women from Northern Ireland took those first steps. We can only hope that others follow their example. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for that statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Paraguay. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Paraguay, I would like to express our gratitude for the Secretary General's report on sexual violence in conflict and the President's initiative, the Peruvian President's initiative, to convening a debate in the Council on this topic. The Republic of Paraguay participates in peacekeeping activities in the United Nations and has been doing so since 1965. Since then, progressively, we've been introducing women into the military troops and police staff that contribute to the security and peacekeeping internationally. Since 2006, Paraguay has had women who are career officials and who have graduated from the military academy. Currently, Paraguay contributes more than 100 of military and police for 6 peacekeeping missions in the United Nations. Based on that experience, the delegation would like to highlight the value of specialized training of the troops in peacekeeping missions prior to deployment and subsequent to deployment. This training should be about prevention of sexual violence in conflict, attention to victims, and the resources that are available for prosecution and trial of the perpetrators. And this should always be in the context of respect of sovereignty of states, the principle of non-intervention in internal affairs, and international law. Paraguayan military personnel receives general training with regard to protection of civilians in armed conflict prior to deployment to peacekeeping missions. They also receive specific training and specialized training on civilian military coordination and on violence and inequality due to gender in the Center for Training for Peacekeeping Operations called SECOPAS in Paraguay. Mr. President, another aspect of Paraguayans' participation, which we think should be strengthened, is a clear inclusion in peacekeeping operation mandates as regards protection of civilians in armed conflict by the Security Council. The mandate to protect civilians against sexual violence in its broader interpretation should be explicit and should be of priority nature in situations where, due to the nature of the conflict, civilians might be exposed or run a high risk of incurring this kind of violence against them. These mandates should incorporate both preventative mechanisms and protocols to provide support to victims and to ensure accountability with regard to the perpetrators. With the same goal in mind, the existing mandates of peacekeeping missions should be updated and adapted to these ends. Finally, Mr. President, and from a broader perspective, the Paraguayan delegation would like to highlight the need for framing initiatives vis-a-vis sexual violence in conflict in the context of efforts undertaken to achieve the Sustainable Development objectives of the 2030 Agenda, specifically Objective 5 on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. It's not possible to provide a holistic, effective, and lasting response to the scourge of sexual violence in conflicts as long as there is this gap of inequality between men and women, discrimination, social and economic exclusion of women and girls anywhere in the world. Thank you very much for granting me use of the floor, Mr. President. I thank the representative of Paraguay for that statement, and I now give the floor to Madam Claire Hutchinson, Special Representative of the Secretary General for NATO for Peace and Security.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to address the Security Council as the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. NATO's mandate is based on the Alliance's core values: democracy, individual liberty, and rule of law, themes that resonate so clearly with the Women, Peace and Security agenda. The adoption of the Women, Peace and Security resolutions and the work by this Council has established a new course in understanding and responding to the grievous, systematic sexual abuse of women and girls in and around conflict. Awareness that conflict-related sexual violence not only affects women and girls, but entire communities, is now entrenched in our collective thinking. The international community has a responsibility to better protect women. But we know that protection cannot exist without the promotion of women's rights and acceptance that women's full participation in all decision-making is critical. The elevation of sexual violence as an international peace and security issue has led to an increased expectation that actors, including NATO, take a more prominent role in addressing this issue. Without adequate response, conflict-related sexual violence will continue to significantly jeopardize stabilization efforts as well as sustainable post-conflict reconstruction. Mr. President, at NATO we understand that protection is at the core of the Women, Peace and Security mandate. NATO-led forces have a responsibility to protect and defend women against violence. But we also recognize this cannot be, nor should be, separated from the issue of empowerment and participation. There can be no protection without participation. Under the auspices of the NATO Policy and Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, we address sexual violence through a comprehensive approach as part of the wider Women, Peace and Security framework. The development of the military guidelines to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence has given us a base from which to work and serves as a practical tool. But we recognize that efforts must be coordinated with other international organizations and with civil society. It is for this reason we have established a civil society advisory panel to garner the views of women from not only within our borders, but also, and more importantly, the views of women from crisis areas to help steer our work. Women must be visible in voicing mechanisms for protection. Earlier this year, NATO joined forces with the UN Special Envoy, Ms. Angelina Jolie, to advance the issue of conflict-related sexual violence by mainstreaming efforts through all our core tasks and functions. We believe that NATO has an opportunity to be a leading protector of women's rights, drawing on the strengths and capabilities of its nations and working with more than 40 partner countries. Mr. President, in NATO, we tackle protection through a holistic approach to address the wider issues that affect women in conflict and post-conflict. We focus on the importance of protecting women and girls from violence, but we place equal emphasis on the necessity of supporting and enhancing women's participation. We recognize that the best defense against sexual violence is prevention. We attempt to make gender equality a central tenet of all our efforts and emphasize and expand areas of prevention. The adoption of early warning indicators, strengthened civil society dialogue, and reinforced public diplomacy have reinforced our efforts. Ultimately, in tackling the issue of abuse and addressing sexual violence against women and girls, we do more than help individual victims. We set a tone for the respect for fundamental dignity and human rights. And by doing this, we can lay a foundation for lasting stability. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Madam Hutchinson, for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we congratulate you and your country, Peru, on assuming the presidency of the Council for the month of April. We also thank you for convening this thematic debate. We thank the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, for a briefing on the Secretary General's recent report on conflict-related sexual violence. We also commend Madam Pramila Patten, the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, for her insightful intervention. We'll align ourselves, Mr. President, with the statement delivered earlier on behalf of the African Union. Mr. President, allow me to begin by reaffirming the importance that Botswana attaches to the protection and promotion of the rights of women and children, as well as the commitment to address all forms of violence against women, including support for preventing sexual violence in conflict. Sexual violence in armed conflict represents one of the most serious forms of violation or abuse of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Ending violations of human rights, women's human rights, is therefore a moral imperative and one which we must collectively address. This heinous crime is especially rampant in armed conflict and is used as a tactic of war and terrorism. As a result, its prevention and eradication amounts to upholding universal human rights and to maintaining international security. Furthermore, preventing sexual violence is indeed part of conflict prevention and sustaining peace. In this regard, Mr. President, we welcome efforts by the Security Council and the General Assembly to build on the existing zero tolerance policy and improvement of the system-wide approach to preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse. Mr. President, I reaffirm my delegation's continued support to women empowerment and gender mainstreaming on the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. As SDG 5 rightly acknowledges, women and girls from everywhere in the world deserve equal rights and opportunities to live free of violence and all forms of discrimination. We do also agree that achieving gender equality and women empowerment are essential to achieving sustained, inclusive, and equitable economic growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, we recognize in today's world an urgent need to undertake concrete measures to combat intolerance, negative stereotyping, stigmatization, discrimination, incitement to violence, and violence against persons based on their gender, their identity, their religion, or belief. In this regard, Mr. President, we commend the United Nations system for making an invaluable contribution and playing an important role in addressing these challenges at the global, regional, and national levels, and in assisting member states in their efforts to eliminate and prevent all forms of violence against women and children. To this end, Mr. President, I wish to express the support and appreciation of my delegation for the good work of the UN Women, as well as the effective implementation of mandates of the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict and Children and Armed Conflict. Mr. President, while also recognizing the existing normative framework established under Security Council resolutions 1261, 1325, 2272, and other subsequent resolutions dealing with women, peace and security, and children and armed conflict, Botswana shares the belief that efforts to address sexual violence in conflicts should be consistent with and complementary to the UN wider efforts. In this regard, we underscore the need for greater coordination and collaboration with all relevant stakeholders to strengthen global efforts in addressing sexual violence. In this connection, we welcome the Secretary General's launch in 2017 of the Plan of Action for Religious Leaders and Actors to prevent incitement to violence that could lead to atrocity crimes. We do recognize the key role that religious leaders have in influencing mass followers and therefore their vital role in using their moral authority to support specific strategies to prevent incitement to violence in conflicts. Mr. President, we remain convinced that more needs to be done to address these ongoing atrocities, and my delegation wishes to emphasize the responsibility for states to comply with their relevant obligations to end impunity and effectively use all available means to enforce accountability by prosecuting all perpetrators of such crimes. Mr. President, in our quest for the empowerment of women in peace and security, we believe that efforts must be intensified in promoting women's active and equal participation in conflict prevention, conflict resolution, transitional justice, and security sector reform processes. In this regard, we strongly support the involvement of women in peace negotiations, peace building, and conflict prevention. Regarding women's access to justice, we call on all states to take practical steps to address obstacles in women's access to justice, including by creating an enabling environment where women can easily report incidents of violence without fear or intimidation. Furthermore, we urge all states to strengthen their capacity of their national criminal justice systems in order to serve the victims fairly and with dignity. In conclusion, Mr. President, Botswana pledges to work with the international community in developing strategies for preventing violence against women and children in conflict situations. We remain optimistic that given our collective will and commitment, especially in the Security Council, we can bring an end to these shameful crimes against humanity. With that, Mr. President, I thank you very much for your attention.
I want to thank the delegate of Botswana for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Croatia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to start by thanking Peru Presidency of the Council for holding this important debate, and I thank all the briefers for their statements. Croatia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and statement of the Group of Friends of WPS, and I will make some additional remarks in my national capacity. Mr. President, it is well known that sexual violence has been used for centuries as a tactic of war. But the wars on the territory of former Yugoslavia, in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Kosovo, were among the first to bring reports of mass rape and other sexually violent crimes into the public eye. The developments from that time have clearly shown that sexual violence adds to ethnic and other divisions, ingrains conflict and instability, and leaves horrendous physical and psychological scars on the victims, but also on entire families and societies. However, sexual violence remains the least condemned crime from the wars in the 90s, both before the ICTY and national courts. In my own country, Croatia, rape was used as a method of intimidation and terror during the aggression to which we were exposed. Some 2,500 people, mostly women, but also men, are estimated to have suffered severe forms of sexual violence during the Homeland War. Most of these cases remain unprosecuted, and perpetrators continue to go unpunished. As the punishment of perpetrators remains a priority for Croatia, the law on the rights of victims of sexual violence in the Homeland War, adopted in 2015, provides victims with support, recognition, and compensation, even if perpetrators are never found or brought to justice. However, our experience also teaches us that advanced legal frameworks and international agreements in themselves are not enough if attitudes do not change. Beyond laws, we have to change hearts and minds and challenge cultural and social norms to get to a point where the victim receives the support of the community and perpetrator is the one who is stigmatized, excluded, and penalized by the whole society. Mr. President, the last report of the Secretary General paints a grim picture. Despite specific prohibitions against sexual violence in treaty and customary international law, as well as the political momentum and visibility gained in recent years, sexual violence in armed conflicts and other situations of violence continue to spread around the world. It is thus essential that we address the problem comprehensively. Therefore, Croatia pays particular attention to ensure that guiding norms and principles of women, peace and security agenda are integrated into our national policies and practices. Our continued engagement in WPS rests on our firm belief that the full realization of women's rights is an indispensable foundation for safeguarding basic human rights and achieving lasting peace and security. Croatia has taken steps to integrate the gender perspective into the national foreign and security policy through its national policy for the promotion of gender equality and its first national action plan for the implementation of the Resolution 1325 adopted in 2011. We are currently in the process of developing our second national action plan, which is expected to be adopted in the first half of this year and will cover both our domestic and international activities. Particular attention has been paid to gender-related elements in regular police and military education, as well as in pre-deployment training of civilian and military personnel, with special focus on prevention and response to sexual violence and zero-tolerance policy on sexual exploitation and abuse. In this context, Croatia strongly supports the Secretary General's efforts to prevent sexual exploitation and abuse by UN personnel and has contributed to these efforts by signing the SEA Voluntary Compact. With a special purpose to strengthen the role of women in peace missions and operations, and in line with the pledge given at the Summit on UN Peacekeeping in September 2014. Croatia has, for the last 3 years, organized pre-deployment trainings of women police officers from countries which contribute to UN peacekeeping missions. So far, a total of 35 women police officers from 19 countries of Africa, Asia, and Europe participated in these training programs, the fourth version of which will be organized in May this year. Clear guidance on how to operationalize the protection of civilians mandate, including the protection of women and girls from sexual violence, is also needed for peacekeeping missions. We have the opportunity to use United Nations expertise, including such human rights mechanisms as the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. We also need to achieve greater progress in ensuring the adequate participation of women in peace talks. Peace accords that fail to include women in post-conflict governance often neglect their access to economic opportunities, justice, and reparations. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me point out that sexual violence in conflicts is such a multifaceted issue that can be discussed at much greater length, including relating to forced displacement, forced marriages, sexual slavery, and the plight of children born of wartime rape. At the core of our efforts to stop this horrendous crime lies our commitments to conflict prevention and addressing root causes of human rights violations. Croatia welcomes the emphasis on the urgency of ensuring that sexual violence considerations are explicitly and consistently reflected in prevention efforts and detecting early warning signs, as well as in peace processes, ceasefires, and peace agreements, all security sector reform and other processes in which United Nations is involved, as well as in sanctions regimes. Thank you kindly.
I'd like to thank the representative of Croatia for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Costa Rica would like to thank Peru for convening this open debate on such an important topic. We'd also like to thank Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Mrs. Pramila Patton, and Mrs. Rasia Sultana for their briefings. My delegation would also like to align itself with the statement made by the Network for Human Security. Mr. President, sexual violence is unacceptable at any time and any place. However, it's especially worrisome and it is to be strongly condemned when it's used as a tactic of terror, a weapon of war, terrorism, where it is exercised as one of the most cruelest and terriblest forms of social coercion affecting human dignity and independence. Sexual violence perpetuates conflicts, undermines security and stability, curtails participation of people in political life, social and economic life. The United Nations, the international community have a heavy debt to pay on this topic, as we have failed to deal with the causes of violence and sexual abuse through preventive measures, as well as by eliminating impunity in such cases. The primary responsibility to protect people lies with states. We have to establish legal frameworks and institutional frameworks that are robust in order to lay firm groundwork to prevent and deal with existing gaps in the protection of victims, especially women and girls, and expand the scope of the measures to protect the most vulnerable populations, such as ethnic and religious minorities, women in rural areas, women and girls that are associated with armed groups, the LGBTI population, as well as men and boys who are also vulnerable to sexual violence, and the prevalence of this type of violence among them is increasing. Sexual violence is also very concerning as a cause of forced displacement, as well as the growing risks of violence in the context of massive movements of people where migrants, refugees, and displaced individuals are subject to sexual extortion, trafficking of human beings, assault, and rape, amongst other abuses. It is essential that we consider sexual violence related to conflict as a factor in in granting the status of refugee or asylum status, also and to design policies to assist victims. We demand that all acts of sexual violence be punished with the greatest firmness, including by referring cases to the International Criminal Court in order to eliminate once and for all impunity in these cases. These acts of violence are crimes of war, and we should apply a policy of zero tolerance for those who commit, order, or condone sexual violence in situations of conflict. Applying existing legal mechanisms to their maximum effect and accountability are measures of deterrence and are essential to ensure justice for victims. It's important to provide incentives for cooperation and exchange of information, as well as for the provision of legal assistance to victims and training of security forces and personnel of peacekeeping operations. In the same form, in the framework of the United Nations, we welcome initiatives such as the appointment of a defender for the rights of victims and the voluntary compact for zero tolerance of sexual exploitation and abuse promoted by the Secretary General. Mr. President, the implementation of the resolutions of the Security Council that set out commitments and plans for prevention of sexual violence and conflict, as well as monitoring of their implementation, is extremely important. By the same token, we should make sure that sexual violence and armed conflict and terrorism should become criteria to be designated for under sanctions regime, and all those who participate in financing, planning, or supporting armed groups that are connected to this kind of violence should be subject to sanctions. Of course, it's important that the key actors who are involved in monitoring cases cooperate with a special representative, ensuring a smooth communication and exchange of information. Prevention is key. Systematic inclusion of advisors on protecting of women and for the strategic planning of special political missions and peacekeeping operations, as well as proper training in gender issues are essential. For all this to be possible, programs aimed at this must have sufficient funding. It's essential that all these efforts be focused on the victims. Programs should be established for proper reincorporation of victims and their social structures. This contributes to reestablishing the social fabric of populations that suffer the consequences of armed conflict. Legal frameworks must be established at the national level to protect victims and to try to deal with the stigma associated with the sexual violence, to combat this, including providing reparations or compensation, and setting out differentiated responses depending on the kind of sexual violence the women suffer. Lastly, it's very important to involve women and girls in decision-making processes and in positions of leadership. Lack of opportunities, a lack of national policies for protection and inclusion of women, as well as structural barriers in all areas promote discrimination against women, and they perpetuate cycles of poverty, exclusion, and violence. They also prevent women from enjoying their rights. For this, it's essential to ensure equal opportunities, access to education, and economic, political, and social empowerment of women and girls, so that they can play the crucial and transformative role in their communities during the conflicts and the post-conflict phase, and so that they can recover their dignity and enjoy their full rights. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the representative of Costa Rica for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, thank you very much for organizing this important open debate. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the earlier statement of the European Union. I would like to thank the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his valuable report and strong commitment to implement the agenda of preventing sexual violence in conflict and introducing new initiatives to make changes on the ground. I would also like to thank the Special Representative Pramila Paten for her extensive work and dedication. The Czech Republic is deeply concerned about persistent occurrence of sexual and gender-based violence in reported countries. We should step up our effort to put an end to the atmosphere of impunity. Initiatives on high political level should be translated to concrete actions to ensure the accountability concept is fully implemented on the ground. The Czech Republic remains determined to help combat sexual and gender-based violence in conflict and post-conflict countries. In the partnership with non-governmental organizations, the Czech Republic implements projects aimed at preventing sexual violence and abusing women and girls, including setting up centers for the marginalized and abused girls and IDPs, and healthcare and hygienic needs in Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Libya, South Sudan, Iraq, as well as in Pakistan, Jordan, and Bangladesh. We believe that the culture of violence relates to socio-economic factors and occurs where various groups are marginalized. The Czech Republic therefore addresses the root causes of the inequalities in societies by implementing projects aimed at the economic empowerment of women and their equal participation in public and political affairs. Such projects are implemented in Georgia, Zambia, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Secretary General's report confirms that sexual and gender-based violence cases remain underreported. Equal participation of women and men in law enforcement agencies creates an environment more conducive to reporting these serious crimes. Therefore, the Czech Republic has become a lead nation of the Jordan III Trust Fund, a capacity-building project to assist service women in Jordanian armed forces. Mr. President, the Czech Republic adopted its National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security in January 2017. The plan contains concrete, measurable tasks, including measures on combating conflict-related sexual violence, as well as all forms of violence and discrimination against women, girls, men and boys as a violation of human rights. The Czech Ministry of Defense adopted its own action plan to implement the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2015. The training in line of the zero tolerance policy is obligatory for peacekeepers before joining the UN or other international peacekeeping missions. In terms of enforcing accountability, the Czech Republic continues to support the International Criminal Court and ad hoc international tribunals. The Czech Republic supports global gender activities of UN Women by regular voluntary financial contributions. Mr. President, as a candidate country to the Human Rights Council in the elections later this fall, we remain committed to the advancement of empowerment of women, gender equality, and access to justice. Let me assure you that the Czech Republic remains strongly committed to prevent and protect women, girls, and boys from falling victims to these terrible crimes. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I'd like to thank the representative of the Czech Republic for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Montenegro.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would like to thank the Peruvian presidency for organizing this timely open debate on preventing sexual violence in conflict through empowerment, gender equality and justice, and for preparing an informative concept note. I also thank briefers for their valuable inputs to this debate. My country fully associates itself with the statement made by the European Union, as well as with the statement of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. I would, however, like to make some additional remarks in my national capacity. Mr. President, we live in an increasingly divided world, torn by conflict and political breakdowns, a world where women and girls are at heightened risk of all forms of gender-based violence, from rape to assault, domestic violence and early marriage, and exploitation by smugglers. Montenegro welcomes the Secretary General's report that showed this disturbing picture concerning country situations. Today, we need to consider which practical steps should be taken to make our commitments real, to protect women from widespread occurrence of sexual violence in armed conflict by state and non-state actors, to promote the role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflict, and the construction of stable and just societies. Mr. President, preventing sexual violence in conflict through empowerment, gender equality and justice is central to peace building, conflict prevention and reconciliation. We must support ability of women to influence policies that promote peace building and development and reduce inequality. As experience shows, female experts can provide additional lines of communications to local communities which are not open to male soldiers. They help in building trust and confidence, and they can attend to the specific needs of women and girls, including for basic services and health and education. Women's voices must be heard, and they must have ownership of the policies that affect them and all of us. Montenegro supports international efforts to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, acknowledging the disproportionate impact that armed conflict has on women and children. We adopted the National Action Plan for implementation of the Resolution 1325 for the period 2017-2018. Montenegro actively participates in the work of the network of focal points for the women, peace and security agenda. To empower women soldiers and increase female representation and support the recruitment of female officers and gender training, Montenegro has contributed to NATO Trust Fund for Jordan last year. We will soon send an experienced gender advisor responsible for advice and operational support on the implementation of the Resolution 1325 to the NATO headquarters. Montenegro was among the first 5 country signatories to the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention on Prevention and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, and last year we submitted first report on its implementation. We support the EU Spotlight initiative to end violence against women and girls, launched in September last year and implemented worldwide together with the United Nations. Mr. President, it is unacceptable for the crimes of sexual violence not to be reported and condemned, and those responsible not to be held accountable. UN and other international bodies, governments, and civil society must all play their part to ensure response to eliminate sexual violence in conflict areas around the world. We support international peace operations as an instrument to ensure respect of human rights and support building sustainable institutions in conflict areas. Nowadays, UN peacekeeping operations are more focused on protecting civilians than monitoring ceasefires, and that's why peace operations should use new technology to strengthen its capacity. In preparing Montenegrin soldiers to take part in peace operations and activities, our Ministry of Defense conducts regular trainings on preventing sexual violence in conflict. Montenegro strongly condemns cases of sexual exploitation in UN peacekeeping operations, as this criminal activity and abuse have no place under any circumstances in UN flagship activity. Zero tolerance and zero impunity have to prevail as our only option in order not to tarnish UN's credibility. Mr. President, at the international level, the Security Council has an important role to play, including through the sanction regime. We call on the Security Council to explicitly include sexual violence as a designation criterion within the United Nations sanction regimes where such crimes are persistently perpetrated. Survivors of sexual violence must receive adequate support to alleviate their suffering and to assist their reintegration into communities without prejudice or stigma, and that requires education and engagement. We need to redouble our efforts on preventing sexual violence in conflict through empowerment of women, supporting gender equality and justice at all levels. No perpetrator should be above the law and no survivor should be neglected. I thank you.
I want to thank the representative of Montenegro for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Arab Syrian Republic.
Mr. President, the Syrian government has worked hard to enhance cooperation and coordination with the Office of the CRSV on sexual violence in conflict, so that she can successfully carry out her noble mission, as well as highlight actual facts and refute all allegations by media propaganda participating in the Saudi-Qatari terrorist aggression against my country, and that continue to shed Syrian blood based on unilateral measures that run counter to the basic rules of international law. These are measures adopted by some inside and outside this council for purely political reasons against the Syrian government. The Syrian government has hosted the former SRSG in 2015. We have provided her with all facilities. We gave her full access to corrections and rehabilitation centers, and we gave her the opportunity to meet with many women prisoners who committed crimes of terrorism, theft, and murder that run counter with Syrian laws, so that she can fully carry out her mandate. Mr. President, we have read with interest the report of the Secretary General prepared by Ms. Pramila Patten, and we have noticed an improvement in the approach in her report to the suffering of Syrian women from the phenomenon of sexual violence. The report referred to the fruitful cooperation between the Syrian government and the office of the SRSG, especially when it comes to enhancing shelter facilities and transportation services to rural areas. We have established the Family Protection Center in cooperation with the Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor and the Syrian Commission for Family Affairs and Population in order to enhance the response to these crimes and provide care and psychological support to victims. Allow us to provide the following observations. 1. My government completely rejects the allegations in the report that the Syrian government practices sexual violence. We are surprised that the SRSG would rely on fabricated reports prepared by an independent inquiry committee that relies in her information on open sources and information gathered from armed groups and terrorist groups, notably the so-called white helmets, without verifying the source of this information and its reliability. Ms. Batten should have relied on her office and should have coordinated with the Syrian government to carry out her own investigations in this regard instead of relying on these fabricated reports. We find it strange that the SRSG would go beyond her mandate on conflict-related sexual violence, and she spoke in her very brief report on the participation of Syrian women in political life. She also promoted the non-consensual GA Resolution 71/248, which in and of itself is an egregious departure from her mandate. 2. The report did not discuss the suffering of Syrian women and girls in refugee camps in neighboring countries, and this is an essential matter. In this regard, allow us to express our concern about the ongoing instances of rape of women and children and the phenomenon of human trafficking, sexual harassment, and organ trafficking in Turkish camps and forced marriage in Jordanian camps, and the sexual exploitation of hundreds of Syrian women by humanitarian workers from international organizations working in these camps. And this is happening before the eyes of the entire world. Mr. President, the report completely ignored the suffering of Syrian women in the occupied Syrian Golan, and it failed to describe the suffering of Syrian women subjected to the worst violations of human rights and policies of marginalization. The Israeli occupation continues to prevent Syrian mothers in the occupied Golan from visiting their children and relatives in Syria, not to mention the endless support provided by the Israeli occupation to the terrorists of al-Nusra Front, practicing the worst forms of sexual violence in areas under their control. In conclusion, Syria remains committed to supporting international efforts to end all forms of sexual violence and punish their perpetrators and instigators on the one hand, and break the silence and unjustified disregard by a number of UN agencies on the other hand. We will continue to cooperate with the office of the SRSG without any politicization and to ensure the proper implementation of the noble mandate of the SRSG. I thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
سيد الرئيس بداية أتقدم إليكم بالشكر على عقد هذه
Mr. President, I would like to, at the outset, thank you for having organized this extremely important debate. I also want to thank Deputy Secretary General and Mrs. Amina Mohammed, as well as the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Mrs. Patton, Pramila Patton. I want to thank them for the briefings that we heard this morning. I would also like to thank Mrs. Razia Sultana, who spoke on behalf of the working group of NGOs for Women, Peace and Security. We welcome the report of the Secretary General, which was presented under the number S/2018/250. Mr. President, sexual violence in conflict is one of the most serious dangers which our societies are exposed to today. It's also a factor of forced displacement as part of the major waves of migration that the world is witnessing today. Sexual crimes against women are unacceptable. They've become a true weapon of war. The Kingdom of Bahrain calls on the international community to work against the stigmatization of victims of sexual violence by ensuring the socioeconomic reintegration of these individuals. This is essential for restoring the social fabric of post-conflict countries. We also call on stepping up our efforts in the area of prevention, establishing early warning mechanisms, and rapid reaction. These are essential. Now, for all these reasons, Bahrain decided to join the network of focal points for women, peace, and security. Although women in Bahrain live in a safe and stable country, we wanted to establish the High Council for Women. This council has set up various entities which provide assistance and support to women in friendly and brethren countries, in countries where they encounter particularly violent crimes, and we will continue to denounce, in the strongest terms, barbaric acts of sexual violence and conflict, and to prosecute criminals. At the international level, we were one of the first countries to sign and ratify a significant number of relevant international instruments, and in particular, the International Covenant on Social, Cultural, and Political Rights, as well as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, as well as the Convention for the Prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. At the national level, we have enacted legislation based on international instruments to which we are signatories, in particular in combating the trafficking of persons. We've also enacted laws that have led to the creation of a National Fund of Human Rights, a National Commission for International Humanitarian Law, and also to combat domestic violence. We have always advocated in various international forums, and we have followed various United Nations reports regarding violence against women. Bahraini women have always taken part in various local and international initiatives aimed at enhancing their role in development and in sustaining peace. We have also been following closely the compliance with our various international obligations, in particular various international instruments to which we are signatories. We have also established a number of national committees, in particular the Committee for the monitoring of the resolutions of the Security Council, as well as the Committee for the Coordination of Human Rights, and the National Committee for Combating Trafficking in Persons. So we want to thank you once again for this very important meeting that you have organized. Thank you very much. I want to thank the representative of Bahrain for your statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, my delegation would like to thank you for organizing, under your presidency of the Security Council, this public debate on a question of the greatest importance, given its urgency, its acuity, and impact on society.